Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed here at this magnificent 3-kilometre layout, proudly presented and promoted by the Victorian Historic Racing Register. And what a weekend we have here for you, with a multitude of classes spread over from the open wheelers through to the big banger tin tops of the sports sedans and even the HQ racing, with little bits in between. But this weekend it's a very special presentation because we're celebrating 50 years of the Holden versus Ford rivalry. Yes, that's right, the Blue Oval versus the Red Lion. And we're going to have some multitude of racing there that's going to keep everybody enthralled. So sit back, relax. I'm Mark Brax, I'll be down in pit lane. Darren Smith's up there in the Gar commentary box giving you all the action with a variety of guests. So sit back and watch the live streaming here on this magnificent weekend. We've got the sun shining, there'll be no rain. And just before we go, I'd like to thank our associate sponsors, Wonderland RV, Shannon's Insurance and Cool Drive Auto Parts. Sit back and enjoy the action.
Thanks very much, Mark Brax. We're live here at the 2024 Equity One Winton Festival of Speed. And as Braxy has just outlined, Ford versus Holden, 50 years, the celebration. Let's not get too bogged down on just Ford versus Holden. There is so much more going to come live to us here, the track, and right out via the live streaming. We welcome those around the world that are joining us via the Victorian Historic Racing Register or VHRR.com.au and the V8 Sleuth. Welcome to this year's broadcast for the live streaming. So V8 Sleuth, very, very well known around the motorsport landscape with hundreds of thousands of followers there as well. So we welcome all of the people tuning in via those, and indeed everyone trackside who, well, I thought I might have been saying braving the weather, but this is absolutely glorious central Victorian midwinter weather, snow on the mountains nearby, and it is a wonderful day. Darren Smith's my name. Right alongside me, Ron Simmons needs very little introduction to the world of historic racing. But Ron, at some point in our lives, we've all lusted about a bit of a fastback Mustang or something, haven't we?
Yes, good morning to everybody. Darren, thanks on board. Yes, the Mustang, of course, a pony car, as we used to call it many, many years ago. Celebrating, I think, 50 years, I think it is thereabouts of Mustang. Look-alike Moffat car. So he's down from New South Wales. He drives his car down on the road, so he's no mean spouse of pilot wheel, having also been a very well-known Qantas pilot over the years, so he knows how to pilot.
Yeah, we find that a lot, don't we? Sometimes the expense of having some of these old cars, it's jobs like pilots and solicitors and lawyers. You need that sort of money to keep them going, and also the enthusiast. And I guess that leads directly into the sponsor of the Mustang Parade, Shannon's Insurance, 134646. They've been looking after all of us motoring enthusiasts for so many years now, and they continue to do so, and we thank them for being a part of pretty much everything that historic motorsport does in Australia, in particular with the VHRR and all of the events they do. Of course, our other key sponsors here this weekend is Equity One, Wonderland RV, a new sponsor to motorsport, and a very big welcome. They've got a fantastic display out behind the kiosk in the old control tower area outside between turns 2 and turn 3 up on the hill there. Get up there and have a look at your next RV from Wonderland. Shannon's Insurance, of course, Cool Drive seem to be everywhere you open the gates at the moment, whether it be at Supercars event or Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, or even here at the Winton Festival of Speed. There is Cool Drive, and we thank them, Cool Drive Auto Parts, and all of those fantastic automotive air conditioning aspects, and Grays Online. So you're looking for something to buy, and their stuff doesn't just cover the automotive realm, it covers right around the spectrum of things for sale and auctionable. And we're just seeing the Mustangs slowly come around back onto the straight here as we see some displays of FCs on old tow trucks and different bits and pieces also joining on the back of the Mustangs, and that is all part of the 50 years of Ford versus Holden. Tell you what, there's classic Beach Boys type of feel, isn't it, when you see that the cabriolet or the soft top out there as well, the Californian type of feel to it with the rag top down and surfboard hanging out the top of the Mustang. I do like the fact that it's got an Australian flag hanging out the side there. Probably, that's a Ford flag, in fact. Probably the Stars and Stripes is probably more appropriate with the Mustangs than an Australian flag. But certainly the Mustangs, there was an era where Craig Dean and his crew from Mustangs Performance that used to convert them to right-hand drive locally here in Australia. And I guess there was probably a time of about 30 years where the Mustangs weren't locally available here, and they're motoring along as a Holden.
That certainly is an Australian car. You can't get much more Australian than the old EH Holden. What a wonderful motor car. These sold thousands of them over the years. And very, very collectible motor car these days, of course.
And of course, if you need to look after your car, Shannon's are always there for you, right out the back of the tower next to Wonderland RV is your local representative from Shannon's Insurance, or you can give them a call on 134646 and get your inquiry in. And, well, do what we always say, support the sport that supports your sport, and Shannon's are always front and centre when it comes to that sort of thing. VK Commodore, which the Holden dealer team made very famous, just disappearing through screen there. Tiranas, which we all remember, 79 Bathurst with Peter Brock with his arm on the windowsill, setting the lap record and winning the 1,000 at Mount Panorama by 6 laps and setting a lap record on the last lap.
I don't mind watching that. It's on YouTube. You can pick it up every now and then and just have a bit of a look at what he did. And I think talking on the way as well. So just amazing sort of stuff.
I think he was pointing to people across the McPhillamy Park, wasn't he, and saying good day to them personally and setting a lap record.
Pretty amazing stuff. Won't ever be seen that again. But a good variety of cars here. We've got an old touring going past. It's not on screen, but going past that commentary spot. So a good variety. We've got some Ford Zephyrs I noticed amongst that lot. Ford Zephyr, of course, at the era was so far ahead of the Holden of its day because of the heating and the misting and what sort of stuff they had, whereas the Holden, hey, you want a NASCO heater, well, you can get one of those. But
so cars continuing around, and we just see off the back of where the FX is going down there as well. We see camping, which is very, very rare these days around the racetracks. In fact, you know, back in the day, in the 60s and 70s, camping was more frequent than staying in a local establishment in a town nearby at the racetrack, because often there wasn't a town nearby some of these racetracks, and camping up the track there. People have got the fires lit over there, keeping themselves warm. So always a fantastic inclusion here at Winton Motor Raceway as part of the Winton Festival of Speed for 2024. Cars just making their way off the track now. The Hyundai safety car down there with the I-Series, and they're finding their way very much into the world of motorsport these days at club level events, and rightfully so. Doing a good job. Other features going on here is we've got the Victorian Motorcana Championship going on in the skid pan in the middle of the sweeper around there. The section over there for the Victorian Motorcana Championship. So if you want to take a bit of a wander, you can certainly get down into the pit and paddock area and have a look at all of our fantastic cars. The groups that we've got entered, or the categories that we've got here this weekend. Group N and invited, the historic touring car scene, which the feature race tomorrow will be a combined event for the historic touring cars, and that's a 50k race. So that's going to be very interesting to see if some of those older cars can give themselves a bit of a push along to get to that 50k distance. So that'll be really interesting to see. Darren Knight will be joining us for that. Group S and invited is also part of that here as well. And we'll have Phil Membry. He'll be joining us with that race call right throughout this weekend. Formula Ford, where we will have Tom Reed. He'll be bringing us the descriptions there as well. And the Formula Ford will certainly ignite a lot of memories for people, because there's the category that was seriously the feeder to just about anywhere you wanted to go in Australian motorsport was Formula Ford. We got the MG and invited British sports cars, which always put on a fantastic show. They race a lot of different style of events. They've been racing recently over at Tailem Bend as part of a historic festival there. They compete in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as well, which will be on at Sandown the last weekend of this month. We've also got some of your more traditional groups, PQR Sports and Racing, Group O Racing, and invited amongst that group there as well. We've got groups JKL and LB Formula V and Group M sports and racing. Historic sports sedans and invited the first big event for them in Victoria here this year. And they have put on a massive show. I know, Ron, back in the day you had a fair bit to do with the minis that were running in not historic sports sedans back then. They were cutting edge, weren't they? We'll be back in a moment.
I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen, and it's great to see so many fans coming out here to Winton Motor Raceway. It hasn't been so much of a challenge because the day is absolutely magnificent. I'm going to say, if you are in Melbourne or you are in Sydney or Canberra or anywhere nearby, you're in Albury, Wodonga or even Broken Hill, get in your car and you can come and see some action here today. If you are joining us on the live stream, welcome, thank you. We're glad you've tuned in to the VHRR website and, of course, V8 Sleuth as well for all of the streaming. And indeed, if you are here at the track, we've all got a television network in our pocket these days. You can catch up with all of what we're doing via the live stream, and we can certainly welcome you all along here to the track. The live stream is not just for those away from the track, it is certainly for those all the way around the track and right around the big wide world. We're almost like the Olympics. We are broadcasting to the world and we are putting on display the very best of Aussie motorsport from the Winton Motor Raceway. Regularity on track now. Now this can get fairly serious, although it is absolute grassroots of motorsport. It's more of a tactical affair than you would ever imagine in regularity. It is about nominating a time. For those that know drag racing, an ET, an estimated time, and you need to try and hang on to that time, not go faster. You can, of course, go slower, but if you go faster, you may also break out, and that incurs a penalty. So you will nominate your time, let's say, for the cars that we've got out on track at the moment. Car number 8, which is Ray Lewis. And it's the Lupino Monoposto. Not sure what that means, actually. I've not seen. There it is there, actually, coming through turn 1 and turn 2. And at the moment, that car is doing a 205. The number 30 car there is of Mark Christie in the Datsun Skyline 1984, red in colour. And just currently getting around at a 144. So it is all about nominating a time and therefore sitting on that time and going for the journey around the track. The session is for 15 minutes and we will just keep an eye on each one of the cars. On the timing screens in front of us, it will give us the position of the driver and how close they are ticking off their regularity number.
Yes, regularity is a very good sport to get into. I don't think I'm coming through it now. Okay, yes, so it's a good sport to get into. Really, literally grassroots sort of racing. You don't really have to have a race car actually to get into the regularity. Quite a few people run their road car. It has to be pre-1970 2, I think it is the cut-off point. So you can run a Mini or a Holden or something like that, and just enjoy. In fact, if it's an unmodified car, you don't even have to run with a roller. So,
And even luckier than that, Ron, in this one, it's regularity and invited. So we're seeing some newer cars out there as well. There's 2003 147 twin Alfa Romeo in the field there, and goes all the way back down to Peter Greenis in the Ford Special from 1940. I think that's it, running around the sweeper as we speak. We're getting a good shot down the main straight. There's a Hyundai Excel, which are probably one of the types of cars that are getting the most laps in Australian motorsport these days.
I'd like to have a car yard full of old Hollywood XLs, believe me. But anyway, there's some interesting cars. The not on screen at the moment, I don't think, but there's a Datsun 260C Coupe getting round. I mean, the gentleman's car of the day. It's out there. Formula V going round there. I think that's the Conor Ryan owned car. I'm not sure who's actually driving it for Conor this weekend, but he usually lets other people have a drive for that car. And so getting round there too with his new car. He's a trombone player. He's a musician, jazz man. He's motorsport and his music.
I guess when you think about regularity, you probably do think a little bit about jazz music and some jazz bands in the pit and paddock area, or a marching band leading the field out onto the straight, as we just get a good look at the 35 of Barry Callan and the J&S Hunter Coupe from 1962.
Start-finish line here on the old track to open the event. So there you go, jazz on the old cars as well. Little Alphas going around, they're very keen with these Alpha. Lots of running in their own category later this weekend.
Datsun Stanza coming through screen there. Many people will remember that, but that's quite a rare one, a two-door Stanza. There's a Datsun 1200 Coupe. Many people got started in motorsport in one of those. That's the 51 of Jamie Farrant, the Datsun 1200 Coupe, and it's running the original A15 power plant in that one. So I do remember a few people that modified those very heavily, and we used to rev to 10 or 11,000 RPM, little lightweight Datsun motors. And of course, Nissan have always been, or Nissan and Datsun, you think of the Evanses and things like that, which ran in touring cars of the era. There's the 41 Datsun 1600, number 40, Jamie Waterhouse. Again, very nice little independent rear end in those cars when they were transferred to rally and also circuit racing.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. Thanks a lot.
It's Kevin Gunthite in the Nota Clubman. Of course, Nota's the locally built cars, and were very, very famous in the hot era of Clubman racing here in Australia. And one of the champions of the era, Dennis Gallagher, who was very, very fast in a Nota over quite a few seasons. And don't want to harp on it, Ron. We're getting a little bit of a subject going on here. He's no longer with us either, but certainly those cars. I guess it gives you how long those cars have been racing, isn't it? That is right. Now it's like everything. We're not getting any younger, are we? There's that two-door Datsun I referred to there. Quite a rare car, the two-door Stanza, and I guess I hark back to my memories. One of my favourite racing cars as a kid was the Barry Bray Datsun. Moved on to be very, very famous in sports sedan racing with Baz, as Baz is as well, and we'll see a couple of his cars out on track later on today. And just heading around there's a Mustang, which of course we're celebrating. We had that parade, the Shannon's Parade, earlier on today. And of course this is the Shannon's Regularity. 134646. Get in touch with Shannon's, as they say, for your car, your bike, your home, and of course all of your memorabilia. And every one of us here trackside today, and I dare say tuning in across the live stream, will have some sort of special memorabilia, whether it's special to everyone or just special to you. Shannon's can help you with insurance for that as well. There's David McKee in the Alfa Romeo 147 twin we referred to, just slowing, allowing the might and power of the Datto to go charging on through. And an MG ranging up in the background there. A little bit of flame out the back of the MG on gear change there as well. So running on the good fuel. And on that note, a big welcome to Race Fuels, the official supplier here this weekend. We've got a car off on the sweeper, two in fact, off there. A Clubman, looks like a Clubman style car onto the inside of the sweeper. And that might be that 240C.
He normally drives another older engine car called a Simpson Special, but this is his first event with this one with the motor out of the Simpson Special in that car. So
I think he's trying to head over to the Motor Carter course by the looks of things there. He's given it a bit of a run up the dirt access road, and 230 doesn't leave too much to the imagination, does it, when you add a number like that down the side. 240C coupe, listed as Argon Silver. Getting creative with the silver shades there. There was a Sandman Holden colour which was purple. I think it was called Peel Me a Great Purple. So. They were getting very creative. We're just getting a good look at Mark Christie and the Datsun Skyline getting racy with it. Got the black bonnet, the scoop there for the cold air intake. So getting pretty serious. And just looking where Mark is, currently 10th in the regularity number 1 for the weekend. But it's car number 54, Daniel Bradzeal, in the Datsun Bluebird leading the way. Wouldn't be the first time a Bluebird has led a race in Australia. And interestingly enough, in the tribute cars, and I will say tribute cars, there's a couple of Datsun Bluebirds which are, I guess, paying homage to the Nissan or the Datsun racing team, George Fury and the guys that were racing back in that era. And when I saw them practicing on earlier today, it absolutely stopped me in my footsteps and watched those cars go around. Just so cool to see the effort that people are going to build these cars, and I guess the main reasoning behind it is a tribute, because at some point they've fallen in love with the car going around a racetrack, and when you can't have the thing itself, why not spend some time and make your very own version of that car and put it into tribute? And that has absolutely grown gangbusters over recent times, and we've got a special category for the tribute cars coming up very, very soon indeed. So we'll see them actually on track next for McDonald Auto out of Wangaratta. Well, maybe he needs to have his muesli in the morning and get himself a little bit more regular out there in the Lupino Monoposto, a 1958 car, 2.44 litres in capacity, as we're looking at the number 7 Ford Cortina of Manuel Sabalas. Manuel was running right at the top of the sheets now, just dropping down to position number 8. And Daniel Bradzeal stays across the top of the timesheets. That the coupe that we've just been talking about has dropped into P2.
cars around the time. Built cars out of fiberglass, just stuck MG motors or Holden motors in them.
Cars are making their way back into the pit lane now, so that sees regularity number 1 done for the weekend. We will have regularity number 2 on tomorrow morning at 8:45 and then at 4:35. So curtain openers and curtain raisers in the regularity. Coming up next for McDonald Automotive in Wangaratta is the regularity for the tribute cars, and we'll welcome Brett Florence to the microphone. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back.
I spend a lot of time out here. The RT Charger's the real deal. An E49. Remember A-Charger? I've always got projects on the go, so Shannon's laid-up cover helps protect my restorations. I'm Mopar through and through. It's a passion Shannon's understands. I wouldn't insure my cars and bikes with anyone else.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I'm right in the element again, walking around with this part of history. I've got Dylan Innes with me at the moment, and he owns this tribute to Larry Perkins, a magnificent VL Commodore. Mate, thanks for joining us, and tell us a bit about this, where you found it, what you did with it, and what you're doing this weekend.
Yeah, so basically built the car up over a 4-year period. It was a standard road car that was set for the wreckers. Pretty much had a vision of what I wanted to build as part of this tribute category that we're running this weekend. And yeah, pretty much it's been a labour of love over that 4-year period. A lot of mates have helped out along the way. A lot of good friends that I've got that have helped me get here and give it its first run.
Where did you find it? And it had to be in pretty good nick for it to be considered as a tribute car.
Yeah, it was actually so it was a body shell that was sitting in a mate's backyard. Would you believe? He saved it from a wrecking yard about 5 years ago, and I spotted it when I was over there one day and went, "This is pretty clean shell to start with," and that's where we began.
So how long's the build taken?
Yeah, so 4 years in total. It was July during COVID. It was going to be a COVID project, like a lot of other people out there. And it's taken the 4 years to get it to the track.
So where did you go to get the reference points and find out, like, that if you're going to do a tribute car, it's going to be right down to the bolts, isn't it?
Yeah, so basically used a lot of period photos. So touched base with V8 sleuth Aaron Noonan, got some photos from his archives, as obviously Larry had run the genuine car back in 1992. So got some of the photos from him, and just looked around various websites and Facebook pages and stuff like that to try and reference some of the original things from the day.
So tell us about what's hidden that we can't see under the bonnet. And
yeah, so not quite period correct with the engine side of things. It's still a Holden engine. It's basically a 355 Holden stroker. It's dry sumped. It's got 611 horsepower. All basically the best components that we could put in it, which my good friend Stuart Jones from Caville Engines built. And it's touch wood, been an absolute gem to drive, and certainly a lot of power under the right foot.
Have you had it out for a steer very often?
Only sort of touched the racetrack back in June at Phillip Island as sort of a pre-shakedown to this event. So
well, if you're going to shake it down anywhere, it's going to be Phillip Island, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So fantastic car to drive. So
you spent plenty of hours working on it?
Yeah, I haven't added up the hours, and I don't want to add up the dollars, and
Has your wife got a photo of you in the hallway so she can recognise you when you get home?
Yeah, no, we're still talking, so all good.
Take it for a drive in and you might get some brownie points.
Well, the one rule was when I built it that I had to take her dad out in the passenger seat, so we'll have to organise that soon.
I'll do a ride day and really make him enjoy it.
No, absolutely.
Have a great weekend, Dylan.
No worries, thank you very much.
There's another bit of history, and back to you, Darren, and all the best for the rest of the day up there.
Welcome back trackside here at Winton Motor Raceway. We are absolutely frothing at the mouth, getting ourselves ready for these tribute cars, and I don't care what anyone says, whether they're ones that race in the day or they're been built as a tribute. I've just been informed that I was totally tricked this morning when I went for a wander down in the paddock. I was thought I was looking at the real thing. I was looking at the tribute car. So let me tell you, this is absolutely gets the blood pumping. We all remember at least one of these eras. We're just looking at that 635 Porsche going through our screen there as well. Remember Rusty French and Alan Jones in the Australian GTs running those cars. But I tell you what, these tribute cars, you don't even have to sort of half close your eyes and blur it a little bit. In fact, you've got to open your eyes and you've got to have a real good look at them to see what they're all about. And they are absolutely magnificent looking pieces of kit. This is, again, a regularity. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is a guy that is so passionate about this category that he was right in on the ground floor when these tribute cars started to make their way into the Australian motorsport landscape, and it's no other than Brett Florence. Brett, welcome to the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. This is your baby almost out there on track at the moment, isn't it?
Sure is, Darren. It's grown from 10, 15 cars that we had just traditionally running in the regularity through to now. When you look at it, we've got over 30 cars, and there's probably another 15 cars that have been built around the country that all want to come on board as well. So it's a category that's grown, and these guys are just out doing either a sprint or regularity. And the cars, as you said, they're absolutely fantastic.
One car that I'm just looking at is that one, the second on the road there, which is running an engine which isn't exactly correct, and I guess that's what the tribute cars are about. But that's got Johnny Pilotto's Victorian Sports Sedan Championship X engine in it, a fuel-injected modern engine. We're just seeing Nick Higgins come into the paddock there. You were talking, or Nick had spoken to you earlier. Has he got an issue with the Corolla?
No, it's surprised it's coming to after now. But as you said, some of the cars are running late model Atlas engines. We've had a problem with there. That's got LS in the moment. And as you said, Pilotto's sorry, that car. And then others are traditional 5-litre hole, 3.1 litre.
Well, I guess when you say in the era, I'm just looking at that VL Holden that went through the screen. Those cars had to have a very special homologated, they weren't allowed to run over 5 litres, so they ran the 304 type of Holden engine. And that, let's say 5 litre or 308 type Holden engine, that's got to be pretty hard to be getting parts for these days.
They're expensive. They'll know exactly how much they cost to build, but some of these guys have just because they're that makes it easier and they won't break the other
Certainly is. Now, Brett, you're a guy that lives on facts and figures and like to get forensically involved with these racing cars. Do you ever get down there and give a bit of a nitpick on the sign writing or anything like that? Because I was talking to a guy down in the pits and said, this just looks exactly like the car. And he said, except for this and except for that. And people that know. And I said, well, from here, I thought I knew, but from where I'm looking at, this car looks mint. And he pointed at a couple of little things on the car and I went, nah, didn't even notice it. Yeah, these Porsches really do stand out as an era, don't they? Those IROC cars that all those superstars of the motorsport world ran in the US in that particular era. And for those out there, we do apologise for the microphone issue we're having with Brett and with Ron before. We're working feverishly to get that particular technical glitch rectified for you. So Yes, Brett is sounding just a little bit quiet at the moment, but we are working on that. Here's one which gets all the local hearts beating, that Volkswagen Fastback, which, you know, for all intents and purposes, you want to get forensic, then that's a car to do it with, because that thing was built out of McLaren Formula One bits and pieces, and Peter Fowler's gone back in time and rebuilt that car to be perfect. I guess its home is more in that historic Group U sports sedan field, but it's a tribute, so it's running with these cars out on track at the moment.
It sure is, and with this car here, it's the earliest it's a great car.
There it is, that number 17. So locals from Wang initially, and of course they went on from setting lap records and winning races in sports sedans in the early days to the, which we'll see in the historic sports sedans. We'll see the Merc that Tomo drove very, very well as well. Here's another magnificent looking piece of kit. Bob Jane entered car as well. Let's have a bit of a look now at our timesheets for the tribute cars in this regularity, and it's the number 11 that is getting closest to the mark there at the moment, and we're talking about Travis Kirby in the Holden Commodore blue, red, white and blue, and I dare say that was the Citizen sponsored car that you touched on before that is very, very close to the replica. We've got a couple of cars just off at turn 1 there as well, the Rowell VK Commodore off. So Travis is the car leading the way there. Then we've got the number 95 of Smith there as well. So that's Ian Smith, again a Commodore 1985 all white car there as well. Then it's the 63 of Peter Mason Ford Escort Coupe, the Monza red car. Now there's a number of red Escorts out there at the moment, so just seeing that. These are a couple of really good period cars as well, aren't they, that we're seeing on screen?
Yeah, they sure are. It's a white car, and that's only brand new. It's his first event, and this is the second time Roger's been there. So yeah, they're two fantastic. They're very, very good.
The Dylan Innes car was I believe, a COVID project that had got awful serious pretty quickly, didn't it?
It sure did, and he's a local engine builder.
So we know Cave Hill Engines were involved early days in XL racing, and certainly involved with Nick Higgins' car, which in the Corolla, which I also like looking at Nick's car. He runs that in improved production in the State Series as well, and a really cool looking tribute Toyota there as well, and he's done a tremendous job with that. Let's just keep having a look down the screen for who's who in the zoo here. It's car number 50, David Rowell in the Commodore, the 84 Commodore in position 3. Travis Kirby's dropped down to 4, so the Peter Mason Escort has gone into 1. Here's the other thing with regularity, isn't it? It's not that you're bringing the big horsepower in your 355 stroker or something like that. You could have a 2-litre near enough road going Pinto engine in an Escort and do okay.
And that's exactly right. Those little Escorts, they're ballistic really, to be honest with you. They are just that's a fantastic car. It's unusual to run.
Just looking for the Rover SD1, Martin Ball, the 82 and the SD1. Wow, didn't that just set the world of Group A racing alight? They came over here, and I think locally in Australia, the SD1 mobile cars were probably the first introductions Aussies had to Tom Walkinshaw, wasn't it?
Exactly. And I mean, you look throughout Europe and they are fast cars over there in the Bastos colours. So, there's the great car, just something totally different. You wanted that to go. But there's also period production. It's just very and Carl Ginzo, his father, he raced it.
Travis Kirby, we just got a good look at there, currently sitting in P3. Car 1 emblazoned down the side, and why wouldn't you if you're going to have that car? Who doesn't remember the 1-2 across the line at Mount Panorama? That's, where is he? Currently 5th on the road there, Roger Chazais, the Ford Falcon XB GT, 5.8 litre. And here is the Trans-Alloy entry there as well. So Mason leading the way and doing a nice job. Just trying to pick up a couple of the other cars there that we would know around the top end of the track here at the Winton Motor Raceway, getting a look right across the property. Now, Brett, you're not just synonymous with these cars, you're kind of synonymous along with Ian Ross and the rest of the organising committee for putting on the Winton Festival of Speed in 2024, and just emblazoned across the screen at the moment the likes of Equity One, Wonderland RV coming on board and supporting what's going on with the Festival of Speed here this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, with our traditional sponsors from Shannon's and Cool Drive and Road Pass, you know, we've got some great sponsors for the club. Coming on board just makes this event, you know, it raises the profile of the event. You know, we've got a whole lot of other sponsors that assist throughout the weekend as well. That, you know, they help and everything helps. So that's great.
Yeah, and you touch on that. This actual event right now is the McDonald Auto from Wangaratta, the McDonald Auto Regularity for Tribute Cars. So a big shout out to the McDonald Automotive crew from Wangaratta. This is your event. I hope you're enjoying it, and the cars certainly look to be really enjoying it. And the times keep changing, but I'll tell you what, right at the top of the sheet at the moment, Peter Mason in that Ford Escort Coupe is holding absolute station there, looking for that number 16, the stanza that just came through down there in 21st there, and that's the Nissan Bluebird, sorry, number 15 Nissan Bluebird, and it's doing just inside those numbers there. I guess you want to try and get inside the top 10. Dylan Innes in that car we were talking about, the Perkins Engineering Red VL, just inside. So there's the landmark. Or David Thomas in the Bluebird there as well, us and McDonald. So JPS 326 Jaguar. I guess we were used to seeing the JRA cars racing here in Australia. 326, must have been some numbers available in the system. Vincent Neville in the XJS 5.3 litre V12, and he'll certainly be looking to head down to the Race Fuels petrol station down at near the pit entry road there. Big shout out to the crew down at Race Fuels, part of one of those supplier networks that do such a tremendous job. I believe they've got so many other events on this weekend that they're going to be checking out early here today. So if you've got to get, you're here at the track and you need to get any fuel, head down to Race Fuels. In fact, if you need any fuel at any time for your racing car, they've got trackside pumps at Phillip Island, Sydney Motorsport Park and Queensland Raceway, and their factory in Dandenong. There's Nick Higgins, car number 71, made his way back out on track.
Okay, and Nick's done a great job with this. Like, it looks like the car from the day.
Pretty good looking car for a guy that does science for a living, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
He's probably done half the cars out there on the field. He lives that sort of that detail.
Yeah, he sure does, and I mean, you just can't get away from that. Peter Fowler did with that car.
And I tell you, one of the things about that car, when it comes past where you are watching trackside, and this is the thing, I love live streaming because you can see the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and you can see all these other different racing around the world, but live and in all dimensions, when that thing comes past and it shakes the ground on you, it is absolutely well and truly worthwhile getting trackside and making that work. Again, just letting everybody know we have got some technical issues here with the second microphone that Brett is working with us on. we're rectifying that, hopefully. Here's the number 69 Rover, which we touched on there as well. That's Martin Ball, the Rover SD1. And he is currently sitting in 11, so just off that bubble, if you like. So you get to 10 and the bubble bursts, and away you go. Number 95, very synonymous, this car with the Advantage managed part of the Holden dealer team's life, if you like, when it went to the mobile operated outfit.
And that's Martin Reynolds' that car started a great car, just straight which is fantastic. He's a real category as much as he can, and coming all the way over from South Australia. So, and he's really encouraged Malala to take on this category over the last couple of years, which is sort of gives the category scope.
It's Travis Kirby on screen currently, P3 in the regularity, and this car looks the goods. It's interesting, every time you drive out to Winton Motor Raceway, you go past the old Cullen's Super Selvage, and those cars look fairly similar to this. It's not quite the operation it used to be, the Super Selvage there in the outskirts of Benalla, as we see the FX just cruising around there, waving the other cars through. In fact, we have got the checkered flag dropped on this session. And, sorry, the FJ, Kim de Britt, car number 30. And car number 30 doesn't feature in the top 20 there. So got a bit of thought to do around that. There's the Starion that Brett touched on earlier. The number 64 probably would have run in a traditional Winton 300 type of Group E trim here, and with the likes of Peter Fitzgerald and Brad Jones, maybe not driving that particular tribute style of livery, but certainly the Starions. Kevin Bartlett, I think, drove them. Brad Jones also got behind the wheel of the Starions, and certainly were in that Group E trim of racing, the piece of kit to get on with. There's the car, or the livery of the car, that Wayne Gardner started his time in touring cars, and he was just as good. And this is an argument that we can have, and I'm sure people are about to start arguing about it, Brett. He was just as good on four wheels as he was on two, but he just was the wild riding style didn't equate to a driving style, did it?
No, it sure didn't. But and his old boss works out here at Winton, so big thanks to Jeff Breach over the weekend. Jeff's been fantastic helping us out. So yeah, but Jeff and Wayne, I'm sure that they had a few arguments over how to run the car back in the day, but it's great to see Reg Kamal out there with that car, so yeah, it's great.
Brett, thank you very much. Challenging technical times for the two of us here in the commentary booth. We've only just met in the last few weeks, and any closer to the one microphone, the two of us would have been having a little kiss there, but I'm sure we'll have a few frothy beers later on and ensure we have a great night. Excellent to have the tribute cars here. They will be back on right throughout tomorrow as well, so we'll see plenty of the tribute cars. If you've enjoyed that as I have, then certainly that's going to be fantastic. We really do jump into the body of actual racing now. The Aussie Soils Group C feature race will be the next category on track. We'll go next to the photographic Group N and invited cars, the Traction Tyres Group S and invited Tourist Trophy cars, Equity 1 Formula Ford, the Tilted Trailers Group A, Group 5 litres, 2 litres feature race, and of course the Cool Drive Group P QR Sports Group O Racing and invited, the Wonderland RV MG and invited British cars, Grays.com for the Formula Vs, JKLB and M Sports, Lloyd's Metal Fabrication, the historic sports sedans and invited Super Sprint, and there's an amazing looking Chev down there which will definitely fit into the invited, Concept Race Gear, Alfa Romeo Racing and the Baskerville Historics HQs. We're back in just a few moments with the Group Cs.
Well, Well, thanks again, Darren. And we're down here. It might be the Holden versus Ford Memorial here for the Winton Festival of Speed, but there's a bit of European flavour here. We're going right back to the Deutschland days, and we've got Peter Fowler here, who goes right back to the early days of sports sedan racing in Australia, which started in, 72, 73, the early 70s. And he's got two immaculate cars here. He's got the VW and also a Mercedes. Peter, thanks for joining us, and I must say the level of presentation of these things, they look like they're just straight out of the workshop.
Well, this one is. It's a recreation of the original car. I built the original VW Chev in 1973, and Brian and I raced it for 2 years, and we set lots of lap records, and it was very busy 2 years. But then Brian wanted to retire and look after his business, so we sold the car and it went off into Never Never Land. And the rules were changed a couple of years later that this configuration wasn't legal anymore, and so the car was scrapped. It was pulled apart, and the McLaren parts were put back into an M10B, and I believe it went off to the US or somewhere. So the car was lost to the country, and in those days, 74, 75 we're talking, there was no such thing as historic cars. There was no interest. You built your new car out of the bits left over from the old car, and so there was no reason to preserve it. And all these years later, well, in 1980 I built the Mercedes sports sedan, and we won a title with that Australian title in the GT series, Brian and I, and we're very fortunate that it never got chopped up or anything. The car is exactly as I built it in 40 years ago. Yeah, and so to have the two cars here is a real privilege. Now, the VW is a recreation that I've just spent the last 3 years building, and we're very fortunate in the historic sports sedan category to have Simon Fitzner as the mentor of the class, and Simon's from Adelaide, and he owns the Benz. And in discussions we talked about it and talked about the loss of the VW, and we came to a deal, and long and the short of it is we've built a tribute car. It's not identical to the nut and bolt, but it's pretty good. And I've got the privilege of having a drive. I'm not a driver, I'm the nuts and bolts man and the designer. And I said to Brian just recently, Brian Thompson, I said, in the old days I used to design the car, build the car and drive the truck. Now I've got to do all those things and drive the car. And he thought that was a bit of a joke. He said, self-inflicted, Pete. So, but it is a privilege to drive it.
So with the engine, what have you got onto it now? Because when you said you took out the McLaren M10B bits, what have you got in, and how much horsepower is putting it out?
It was built out of an M10B. We unbolted the engine, transmission, rear suspension, and fitted it into the VW. Well, we recreated that with McLaren. This car's got McLaren uprights, M10B uprights and brakes and all those sort of things, and the same engine and gearbox, a 5-litre Chev, Lucas injection, the Wright McKay manifold, which came from Alan Hamilton with some help, and DG300 Hewland transmission. So overall, the car is exactly the same configuration as it was. To have both the cars here and preserved, and they'll live on a lot longer than myself. So, it's quite a privilege.
Mate, thanks for joining us, because it is a work of art, and as you can see, this thing is immaculate. The Mercedes just as well, so keep an eye out on that track, and I'm sure, Darren, you'll be a bit more interested to have a look at how it goes this weekend as well. Back to you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the 2024 Victorian Historic Racing Register Winton Festival of Speed, the Group C feature race. Now, we've just had tributes. There's nothing tributing about this. In fact, we've got to tribute every single one of these car owners for keeping these race cars on the track. I'm Darren Smith right alongside me. Don't be confused, it's Darren Knight, the rock star, out of historic tin top type of racing. And we're going to have to continue on with the technical problems we've got. We've got two grown men here sharing one microphone attached to a headset. So this is going to get very interesting here indeed. The grid sheet looks a little bit like this. On pole position will be Brian Henderson. We'll take it away in the number 15, Stephen Axisa, right alongside in the 69, Justin Nilsson. And if I'm correct, the number 60, that is a little Exa Turbo. So that will acquit itself very, very nicely around the Winton Motor Raceway in off the second row of the grid. Ed Singleton in the STP Commodore. Adam Workman in the 16 there. Glenn Gersel to Anthony Sorford. Lindsay Woolard. Ian Ross in that big Falcon down there that was just making its way around. Cars just making their way down to the grid now, and we are away. Rolling start for these cars, and it is an absolute massive barrel down into turn one. It's going to be the 15. The Datsun goes through, or the Nissan as it was known. The Bluebird gets through there, then we get up to the top of the hill, and it will be Stephen Axisa drops into position number 2. Ed Singleton, who's won a fair share of awards in this sort of racing there as well, as we just see Justin Nilsson in the number 60 drop back a spot there as well. And we'll try and bring Darren Knight in on this one as well as we come around through the sweeper. Singleton, Nilsson to Gersel, Workman, Woolard, Sorford, Tremble, and then Woods in the 28 just going backwards there. But our screens fill with this magnificent looking Bluebird.
Brian Henderson, the pole winner Bathurst in 1980. Ex-George Fury machine in his first visit to Winton domestic formula from 1973 through to the end of 1984.
Certainly some great looking bits of kit coming out of Roadways Racing. Fills the screen there with the STP car just going back a spot there. The 52 there, that's Glenn Gersel also in that car. I reckon that's probably furthest that car's run up a field in Group C trim, running here in the Festival of Speed here this weekend, being driven very well. But have a look at the Pulsar. It is just absolutely period perfect, isn't it? Get into the corners, and the Pulsar was all over the back of them. And I'm going to say the names of Christine Gibson and etc. drove these X's so very, very well.
Justin Nilsson behind the wheel of that little front-wheel drive Nissan Pulsar Exa. Yes, that's right, folks. Turbocharged front-wheel drive, about 300 horsepower. So amazing little machine developed locally, of course, by Howard Marsden and the team. And Justin is having a great run right behind the ex-Greg Geisler Commodore of Glenn Gersel.
What?
To right on Nilsson's tail as well. And the ex-STP Roadways Commodore having a great run.
I reckon Justin's owned this car longer than the factory did. He's had it in his shed, I'm going to say 3 times longer. Look at this. Looks to the inside, plugs the gap. Just enough room being given there by Gersel, but manages to get the 308 working very, very nicely indeed. Gee, it's got to be hard to keep the 308 thumping along in these cars, doesn't it? Getting harder.
Many years ago in touring car racing, of course. Brian Henderson still leading in the Bluebird, turbocharged 1.8 litres, so not the domestic 2 litre we have out here. The imported version of Bluebird developed by Howard Marsden and his team. Fred Gibson, of course, intrinsic in that, was having a very strong run at the moment in front of Steve Axisa. That goes on between Gersel, Nilsson and Singleton.
Gee, wasn't the Group C world turned on its head when a turbocharged car started to come? None more than when a rotary car came on the scene as well. We don't have any of those here this weekend, but certainly when those turbocharged Bluebirds came on the scene, people were left scratching their heads, weren't they? How did they go from practicing and being 30th and things like that to then when it had to do a lap, just dial up a bit of Howard Marsden magic and set the farmer off with his Bluebird around the Mount Panorama? It was just something wild, wasn't it? You and I were just kids, but certainly remember that everyone scratching their head. What are we going to do with these turbo cars? I think initially the word was let's just ban them.
Well, there's a bit of that going on, yeah, certainly amongst the V8 runners, but speaking of V8 runners, Ed Singleton has got past Burstall on that lap, so Singleton now up to 5th place. Next, Alan Grice, STP Roadways, Group C. 2 and 1, follow that action.
Yeah, that Gricey Roadways Commodore, Les Small, weighed in on his career in a big way with those cars, and Gricey was certainly always featured at the top, and it was a lot later in his career before he was embraced by the factory teams. But he was he always sort of wore that the bandit type of attitude, didn't he?
It was amazing that he actually drove cars that had mild written on the side. There was nothing mild in that way Alan Grice drove. Throwing the cat amongst the pigeons.
Have a look at this race now. It's Henderson, Axisa, Nilsson now back into 3 in the Exa. Then we go back to Ed Singleton, Gersel. And then it's the 16 of Workman.
Second of the Bluebird turbos out there. So first time we've seen the 2 Bluebirds running here at Winton. That was the second of the Bluebirds built by the local Jackson team. Actually campaigning 81 through to 83, and that map was replaced by the car that is leading this race, the number 3 third built car, number 16. Number 15 driven by Brian Henderson at the front of the field at the moment. No surprise, he's got the fastest lap so far, 134.16.
There's the 15. Just some good shots there, giving you the ambience of the Winton Motor Raceway out over the campgrounds there. So plenty of people embracing just in the background there. There's a round of the Victorian Motor Carter Championship going on. So the Festival of Speed, living up to every word of it, isn't it? There's everywhere you look, there's a bit of camping. You know, there's not too much speeding going on over there, but there's some nice campfires and relaxing going on. Then the Motor Carter, and then you cast your eyes smack bang into this action and the live streaming as well, and screen being filled by that number 15 Brian Henderson car that set his pole run. And I tell you what, they've got themselves a healthy old lead now. The Axisa Commodore back to the Exa. It's out over 11.5 seconds in this run.
XC hardtop of Mondriset. We just went briefly on the screen there. The ex-Rusty French Falcon hardtop, huge machine, huge tyres on the back of the big coupe. Hardtop, or correctly I should say. Doing a great job. I think he's running for a couple of years after taking the wheel from his father. He's involved in a good battle there with Tony Alford, the little twin cam Escort in front of the Gary Chick, Big Alan Grice Commodore, first version of the Group C Commodore.
And 3. Love it. Good shot.
The lead pair doing a very, very nice job out there in front at the moment. Plenty of other cars to attract our interest here this weekend, but they are really doing a terrific job. Last glance at the timing screen, they were 13.5 seconds away from the rest of the field in only 4 laps. And got just under 4 minutes remaining in this run for the Group C cars. Daz, it's got to be difficult these days when you look back, particularly the Bluebirds, which were kind of a bespoke sort of Group C car. To keep these things going, you've got to be rummaging around the parts bin pretty hard these days.
Yeah, it's not easy. Certainly not as easy as running a Commodore. It's not easy running any of these cars. And speaking of Commodore, Steve Axisa snuck up to the back of our race leader, Brian Henderson, with just over 3 minutes to go in this race. So Brian Henderson not having points his own way towards the end of this first race for the Group C Heritage Touring cars. Steve Axisa has been involved in the category for many years. Also owns the only LJX1 Group C Toronto. We see him briefly. It started out in the Group C Gemini of all things. And he's right with Henderson as we head towards the end of this race.
A couple of great sponsors there, Tough Mounts, McDonald Automotive from Wangaratta, Old Car Radios, Mark Sully, and a great picture across the bottom of the screen there for Mark Sully, and that's what he does, brings old radios back to life, and rapid smash repairs, all part of the package, bringing us this weekend's racing. Equity 1 of course, Shannon's and Wonder RV, cooldriveandgrays.com. Oh no, this is Ian Ross, the guy. He's torn the front of that car off, Darren, hasn't he?
So Ian Ross, ex-Mike Emery, XG Falcon. It looks like he's had an excursion. The front splitter on that car is damaged. And Ian Ross has come to a stop on the old front straight, not going any further. A little bit of unburnt fuel there has sullied the door. Ross gets the Falcon underway though, so we won't see any safety cars, thankfully.
He's torn the front splitter off though, hasn't he? Oh, that's all disappeared underneath the car. So he's obviously had an excursion and...
I haven't seen it, but I would suggest probably the entry onto the old back straight. That's quite often where we see guys going off, and Lee Kirsten has issues in there through twice on the door. He has come to a stop as well.
So Gerstle, that's in off turn 2. So I wonder if those two strangely had it coming together at all between the two of them, because one sort of came off to the driver's left, one's gone off to driver's right, but it looked like Ian Ross's car was the only one that had any particular damage to it. Not that we could see Gerstler's car. This is back in the field. This is for 4th and 5th on the road. And Ed Singleton, we know he likes a maximum attack. He's not a kind of guy that spares the horses in these type of Group C drop races either.
Ed has raced last time he did his radical.
Yeah. And this is where the exploration of turbo cars came into it, because all of a sudden they had all this heat build up and they had to start to work out how to get all that heat out of the car, because the turbo was running white hot. And it looks as though these guys, have they taken the checkered? Yes, they have. So that will see first blood go to the Nissan. So Bluebird takes race number 1 in the Group C's.
Brian Henderson, the winner from Steve Axisa. Justin Nilsson will bring the little Exa home in great 3rd place. Had a torrid time here last year, went through 3 gearboxes in as many days, so it's like a new pair of socks every day for Justin with gearboxes. Unfortunately, it has not happened this time. Thankfully, but he's taken a great 3rd place.
3 Fords. We just saw the XA Coupe to the exit Mike Emery car that Ian Ross is driving. And I'm not sure who the Escort was, but little yellow and blue Escort, probably a Rod Stevens in those colours.
Derek Wickett, great to see Derek back out there. Has not run for many years in Victoria. That 2 Escorts. So great to see Derek back in the saddle.
Cars still coming to the line now. We're just watching the Gertzel car. It's going back on its own steam at the moment, just driving back, and it looks to have had a little bit of right-hand rear just behind the wheels damage there. So there's our 1st and 2nd on the road. 3rd was Justin Nilsson out of the back of shop to Workman, N. Singleton, Woolard, Sorwood, Trembath, Delaney, Muller, Alford, Woods, Chick, Vondrask, Spender, Adamson, Gertzel. So in the end, Gertzel still classified inside the 20, but won't be classified as a finisher, so will be removed. Ian Ross did get to the line, and then it'll be Parrish next, and that will see the end of our Group C feature race for today. We'll take a very quick break and see if we can rectify these technical concerns that we're having here in the commentary booth, and we'll be back with more trackside here at the Winton Festival of Speed for 2024, very proudly presented by the Victorian Historic Racing Register and our sponsors Equity One, Wonderland RV, Shannon's Insurance, Cool Drive, Grays.com. Back in a moment.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them and racing.
Hand-built with a stainless steel roof.
I've won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man.
1971. This was the fastest four-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
The Wonderland RV is a premium build and comes with a premium price tag.
They chose the CRZR suspension and chassis, and it suits it really well.
Wonderland do things in style. It has plenty of living space.
The star of the show is that 6,000 watt 100 amp inverter charger combo.
For me, the most innovative part of the van is the kids' central bedroom, which can be used in so many different layouts. This central area would make an absolutely fantastic office.
Walking around here, submerged in all this history, whether they're replica cars or the real deal, from the open wheelers to the sports sedans, but now we do have a real deal. I'm with David Holt, the owner of this car that has raced at Bathurst a number of times. It was one of the original V8 supercars. David, thanks for joining us. But this car looks like it hasn't been on track for a while.
No, it hasn't raced since 2001, so what's that, 23 years.
So where's it been hiding and what have you been doing with it?
Oh, look, I've only owned it for 4 years, but a friend of mine's had it before then for a while, and, you know, it's probably been around hiding in sheds somewhere.
So tell us a bit that it is the real deal. That
It is, yeah. So it started life as a Longhurst car. So Tony Longhurst built this car in 1998 for Alan Jones to run in the Touring Car Championship. So it was the last Touring Car Championship, the full season that Alan Jones was going to do, which he did. And so they built this car off, and they started off in the third round in 98, and Alan Jones drove it right through 98, Sandown and Bathurst. And then the AU Falcons come along, so Tony Longhurst then sold it off, and then it continued on its life.
So where did it go after that?
Look, a few privateers owned the car. So a few privateers owned it. It did the rounds in the Conicas. So the last race it did was at Conica race in Bathurst in 2001. And then it just sort of semi-retired and sat around.
So how did you find it?
Oh, look, a friend of mine owned the car, and he had one too many cars. So that was the one that I could wrangle out of him.
So have you always wanted it? Has that been on the bucket list to get one of these old cars?
Oh, look, yes and no. I've had one once before, and they were great to drive, and just the opportunity arose, and you know, how can you say no?
So what's it like when you're sitting in it and you're sitting in a bit of history?
Oh, look, you get a bit nervous because, you know, I don't want to be the guy that crashes a car, but, you know, no, look, they're great to drive, and look, the Heritage Touring Cars category is a great category, great bunch of guys. The cars are the stars, and we drive accordingly.
Well, you're talking about cars of the stars. Tell us what's hiding under the bonnet, the running gear and everything else, how much horsepower it puts out.
Yeah, okay, so this one's obviously a 5-litre Falcon. Aluminium heads, 8-throttle body inlet manifold as it ran in the day. Makes 330 kilowatt at the back wheels. I can tell you that, I did that 2 weeks ago. 6-speed Hollinger gearbox, Ford 9-inch diff, 11 by 17-inch wheels. Yeah.
What about yourself? Have you done much racing yourself?
Not recently. Look, I'm a once-a-year racer and always have been, although I've been around for a long time. I've campaigned the Walkinshaw for many, many years, an old GIO car. Those cars are in England now, so I sort of float between a couple of cars now when I've got time.
Well, it doesn't matter if you race once a year or every weekend, you still get that buzz on the grid, don't you?
Oh, 100%. And look, I must admit I'm a bit nervous this time around because I've only done 8 laps in this car in total. So, you know, it's just one of those things that you got to learn the car and hopefully nothing falls off it or you don't have any issues, and then we're right.
All right, mate, all the best for the weekend.
Thank you, likewise.
Well, back to you, Darren. As you can see, being submerged in this history down here, there's stories everywhere, and I think they do really run them like they stole them, because they say they might take it a bit easy, but you know as well as I do, once you get out there, it's every man for himself. So back to you.
Thanks very much, Braxy, and we have got the historic touring cars making their way around to the start. This will be a 15-minute journey. In fact, they're gridding themselves up as we come around now. It is going to be Brad Tilley. He sat on the front row for, or won race one at this event last year to Andy Williams in his little Tirana over Darren Collins in the Mustang, Peter McNiven in the Mazda RX-2. Let's have a look at the grid now. It is going to be Brad Tilley to Adrian Moyle in number 25 there. Then we go to Adam Walton, Peter McNiven in the number 13. So Peter McNiven finished fourth in this race last year. He starts from fourth in this one today, and we are absolutely poised, and we hope we have also rectified our technical difficulties, and it'd be fantastic to introduce the voice of this era of motorsport, although he is a young man. Darren Knight, welcome to the Group N's, the historic touring cars, which are the feature category for this actual weekend.
Young in maturity, not in age or hairline, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone.
That's why we're great mates. The dazzers go to air.
Double D, Dumber Dumber. Here we go, folks. The first race for Group N historic touring cars. Brad Tilley, no stranger to this class. He has pole position alongside Adrian Moyle, a relative newcomer to the category. He's been running that.
Magnificent car, doing a terrific job there as well, and away. And down into turn one they go. It's the Camaro versus the Mustang. This could be modern day touring car racing here in Australia, but it's not. It's the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed. Brad Tilley charges through in the NC6 outfit. Car number 28 leads the way, looking for all of these massive touring cars, and we've got a big stoush at turn one, mixing up with a couple of Mustangs and the smaller capacity cars just making their way through there as well. Peter Muleman. Ooh. And we've got the race safe crew there. They're just attending to it. Peter Muleman is getting back underway in this magnificent looking number 43, and he gets back on with the job indeed at hand. And we see how well that gets on for him. But we are watching the cars coming around onto the old back straight, and they work their way down to turn number 9. And continue on. Let's hope that the track is all but blocked down there at turn 1, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, we've seen safety car be called, safety car lights and flags right around the track here. So we've got two Mustangs. Looks like nose to nose there at the moment, doesn't it, Daz?
Yeah, one of those cars is Bill Trengrove, the red at 64, just trying to pick up the second Mustang. That's the 67, 68 model Mustang. Bill, of course, famous first generation Mustang, getting out of the car now.
So that was definitely ugly, and we don't like to see any sorts of comings together. It did not happen in our vision, so we can't iterate anything that's gone on there. But when you see a tilt tray like that come down, and I do remember a distraught Alan Moffat referring to these tow trucks as vultures as they come along and pick up the bits and pieces of cars strewn around Mount Panorama or wherever it was, and there was a guy that knew very well and the heartache that ensued when one of those vultures was coming to pick up your car. Well, we didn't get a chance to get right through the grid at the start of this one, so let's actually have a look at how the grid did start off for this one. Pole position was Brad Tilley. His time was a 1:34.24. He did a 1:35.46, which was a record in race number 1 at this event last year. So Brad eclipsed his own time there. To Adrian Moyle, a 1:35.66. To Adam Walton, a 1:36.15. Peter McNiven in the RX-2 getting through there with a 1:37.27. So a decent old gap in the front row of the grid to the second row of the grid, Darren, with a 1:34 versus a 1:37. But then we get this massive logjam in 1:37s. Tony Hubbard a very successful sports sedan racer of time, Dominic Leo, the famous Leo family, Brent Trengove, a guy that I think is currently leading the Victorian Historic Racing Historic Touring Car Series, and does a tremendous job in his number 22, Brent, in the Chevy Camaro, the red coloured car. So he started out at position 7, Graham Wakefield in car number 150.
Graham Wakefield, in fact, is the Mustang that was involved in that. He's the car that's stricken there with Bill Trengove. So Queenslander, unfortunately, not having much luck on his first corner. So Wakefield is the man with that damaged 68 model Ford Mustang just parked nose to nose with Bill Trengove.
So that's unfortunate. Adam Bressington in the number 88 down there as well. So Adam, a very serious racer, and he's in the Cooper S there as well. So the first of the minis was Adam Bressington out of number 9. Robert Burns in the number 70 in the mix there as well. Burns in the first of the Chargers in the field here today. So normally the Chargers, the six packs do very, very nicely, but to see Robert Burns down there in 12th, the first of them. Andrew Baird in the number 86. Beardo came through in the 1969 Camaro, and he started out of position number 11. David Street to Mark Tassari. Neil Crow, who we've seen over the years racing in numerous different forms of motorsport in Victoria, raced in club cars down in the 90s and finding his way into historic touring cars as well. Neil Crow in car number 30 had done a tremendous job in his Mustang, and he qualified in 16th. Then it was Bill Trengove in the number 64. Jeff Mundy only a couple of weeks ago with Bill Trengove made up a very compact field of historic touring cars at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Phillip Island.
Never a big field at Phillip Island in the middle of winter. I'm sure you've seen that over the years, Darren. Now, you mentioned Rob Burns before, and the only Charger in the field. That car is for sale. So if you're a Hemi fan out there, and I know there are plenty of them around, the number 70 Charger of Rob Burns are on the market, and you could not buy a nice streeter for what Rob is asking for that fully developed Group NC historic touring car.
As we all know, sport doesn't go far without sponsors, and I'm down here with the Managing Director and founder of Equity One, Dean Kuntsamides. Dean, welcome to Winton Raceway.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Well, tell us a little bit about Equity One.
So Equity One started about 30 years ago. We've got two personalities. On the one side, we're a fund manager, so we look after investors, retail investors that come to us for fixed interest. So they just want to park some money with us for a year or so and get some interest. So we're a fund manager in that capacity. But the other side is that we're also lending to developers and commercial borrowers secured by first mortgage. So the interest goes from the investors, the funds go from the investors to the borrowers, and obviously the interest flows through to the investors. So we're a mortgage fund, and we've been doing it for, as I mentioned, just under 30 years.
And I noticed that you got the driving suit on it, so you're not only sponsoring the event, but you're also getting out there and getting the adrenaline going a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I've been driving for about 20 odd years, but it's a typical story of getting into business and then getting into driving in later years. I certainly didn't come up from karting or anything like that. However, fell in love with it, like we all do, and then kept going. And I've driven a variety of different things, but predominantly GT cars and prototypes. But at these historic events, I've fallen in love with the historic Formula Fords, and the category is massive. There's about 40 cars. Everyone's super competitive and super friendly, I just love coming back and doing it. But aside from that, Equity One has had a long history in supporting other young drivers in Australia. We've participated sponsoring and supporting some Formula Ford drivers, Formula 3, F4, and even helped debut a couple of drivers do some overseas events in Asia Le Mans and the Le Mans 24. So we've been involved for quite a while. So we thought it only made sense for us to extend the visibility of our brand into the historic racing fraternity. And so that started earlier this year with sponsoring Phillip Island, which I wasn't able to personally attend, but I heard it was fantastic. A lot of our clients participated. And we've also announced that we're the naming rights sponsor for Sandown at the end of the year, and obviously we wanted to participate with this as well. So it gives us a chance to have our brand visible. A lot of our clients, both investors and borrowers, come from the motorsport ecosystem, so it just made sense for us to continue that with these events.
Does that help with all these drivers coming and team members coming to you for advice as well?
No, it doesn't. They do not come to me for, well, they don't come
financial
to me for,
advice.
They don't come for driving advice. Look, we might have the occasional chat over a coffee, but it's more just building those relationships, and then the conversations happen when the weekend's over, in other areas.
You said you have been racing other forms of motorsport. What was the attraction of Formula Ford? Was it the size of the engines, the open wheelers? What was it that got you into it?
Look, it's very pure, and there's nowhere to hide. I think relative also to the cost. I mean, it is expensive, but it's not uber expensive relative to a whole lot of other categories that you can drive. Particularly, I've come from Australia GT or Fanatec and raced some prototypes overseas, which, that's a little bit of a different game altogether. So when you consider the bang for buck and how competitive the category is, and also how much you learn driving these cars, it's made me a better driver for driving them. So and it's just fun.
And around here, there'd probably be one of the cars that's really suited to this layout.
It loves this layout. It loves this surface. The hard compound tyre just seems to map really well with the surface, and no, it's good. So obviously we've got a great day today. It's nice and dry and the air's cool, so the cars are going quick. It's just a lot of fun to drive these cars anywhere, but particularly here.
Well, go out and have some fun then, Dean.
Oh, indeed, thank you.
And thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, thanks very much.
And now you know, Darren, if you need any financial advice, you know the man to see. He's down here in garage number 20, and he'd be more than willing to talk to you. Back to you.
Welcome back trackside here as we get some good shots down of the Group S category. Huge amount of cars down on track here. I'm going to take a quick break from the commentary booth now and hand over to Phil Membry, a guy known locally and around the historic scene. Of course, his happy home is the Formula One Grand Prix, to talk all things historic. So I've absolutely talked him up and put him under a lot of pressure. And for the first time, it's going to be fantastic to introduce Sam Markowitz. We'll be on track in just a few moments with the Group S cars.
Thank you, Darren. Really good to be here. And with me is young Sam. Sam, you've got a little bit of an engine problem this weekend, and that's brought you to our commentary position. Welcome on board.
Thank you very much, Phil. I think I decided to prefer commentary this weekend other than racing. Unfortunately, had a engine issue before the weekend, and
it's a lot of fun, and watching the cars coming out there on a glorious day here at Winton Motor Raceway. Some of the cars that are going around, we've got all sorts of things. There's your Chevy Corvettes, of course, that unfortunately not doing so well, but on screen at the moment, an Alfa Romeo. How many others out there? What have we got?
I think the grid's about 40 cars this weekend, so it's going to be a very interesting race.
So as we come around looking for who's going to be on pole, our grid positions, when I grab my sheet.
It's Joe Di Bartolo in the fantastic looking blue Corvette. Followed by Damien Meyer in his brother's car, actually.
Yeah, now the Myers machine, quite a rapid little machine.
It's always nice seeing those type of cars take up the challenge against the big horsepower of the Corvettes and the Porsches.
Yeah, the Corvette's got plenty of power. Fairly heavy sort of a car to manipulate around the corners. What sort of weight are these Corvettes running at?
Most of the Corvettes are about 1,400 to 1,600 kilos, so it's a lot to pull up into a corner.
Yeah. Nice long wheelbase, so they should be nice and stable in the higher speed corners. Watching the guys come around now to the starting grid position. Not sure that our timing screen is reflecting exactly what we're looking at out on track. I'm sure that will be sorted out shortly. So Meyer from Di Batello in 3 is Webster. Barber in 4. Walstab in 5. Harrison in position 6. Ross Jackson in the De Tomaso Pantera in 7. Warren Hortz in 8. David Barker in 9, and Hung Do in position 10. All the cars ready on the start line now. The engines are raised. Tension building here. Just waiting for the green light to go. And underway. Glorious start. Ooh, the little bit of jiggle and jabble at the start there. Seeing the Porsche come into second spot, managing to have that grip off the start line.
The Corvette's got away well.
Streaming through there.
Usually the Porsches are quite good at starting, and the Corvettes managed to hold them off into the first few corners.
There we go, watching them through the sweeper now. The Corvette, Porsche and the Sprite. What can the Sprite do around the tight wiggly bits down here? Around the big gum tree. Not able to do much there at this point. Let's throw a handkerchief over the first 3 guys. Di Batello opens up the taps on the Chevy.
On the straights, they're difficult to catch.
Yeah, they're not going to catch him in a straight line, but boy, they gather him up into the corners as they power on down the back straight in the new section of this track here at Winton on the extension. We call it the new, or I call it the new section because for me it is, but for somebody like you, Sam, it's probably always been there.
Yeah, correct. I think ever since I was a kid, it's always been like that.
Meyer there all over the back of the Porsche. Not able to do anything in a straight line, but that little car is so very, very nimble.
You got Tom Walstab and being chased by the yellow Pantera of Ross Jackson. The Corvette's managing a slight lead at the front.
The old turn 1. Currently turn 3 into 4. Heads off for the sweeper. But the Chevy powering along really well. Standing lap time there for Di Batello of a 5. Well, that can't be right. Wasn't a 5-minute lap time.
That's a walking pace around here.
I don't think he'd be too happy if it was a 5-minute lap time, and he certainly wouldn't be in the lead of this group of cars.
I think he's trying to get his lap record because his qualifying pace was on song this morning. He's keeping Webster at bay for now, and it seems like Meyer's dropped off.
Yeah, he's not able to keep up today. Sometimes he's the little one at the front and everybody else is chasing. Interesting to see what happens in this race as it progresses on. We've got 15 laps if I remember correctly. So we've got plenty of time for him to wear them down as the brakes and suspension components probably get a little bit soggy in the heavier cars. These little cars can come back into their own.
I think he must have had an off because he's outside the top 10 at the moment. So it's the two Porsches trying to catch the big Corvette. There he is here in 9th position, trying to make up some places.
Nice and tight there between three of the cars. The little MG's working really hard, heading towards the sweeper there now. Oh, spinner. And that's another of the sprites, a little bug eye sprite. Had a little bit of an oopsie daisy.
A bit too aggressive under brakes. Meyer's gotten past those two other midgets.
Gregory Punster in the little silver machine that had that spin.
The great thing about Group S, Phil, is that there's always battles to watch everywhere throughout the field.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation in capabilities of the cars, from front engine to rear engine, big and little.
The two Porsches are trying to keep Joe honest up the front.
De Botello going through it again. There he goes around turn 3, heading for 4. Fastest lap for him so far is a 1:37.82.
It'll be interesting to see how the big Corvette's brakes last over this long 15-lap race. Alex Webster right on his tail heading into the...
So how many laps, Sam, do you think they get in the Corvettes before those brakes start to become a bit spongy?
Oh, it could be 4 or 5 laps sometimes.
4 or 5 laps. So
I think after...
a little bit to go before that might start and play an aspect in this.
Yeah, Alex Webster's definitely keeping him honest. He's going to be there waiting.
And of course they're going to catch up to some of the slower runners as well, so traffic may play a part in the circumstances towards the end of this event.
Yeah, with such a large field, Phil, they get spread out very quickly. Doug Barber in 3rd position, trying to hang on to the leaders.
Yeah, that was just heading past Gregory Prunster in the bug eye sprite that had had the spin earlier, so he's already lapped. You've got old Datsuns getting around out there too, the 240 and 240Zs. Great sports car from back in the day. Here we go. Botello still out in the lead. Works his way around the old gum tree.
There's Damien Meyer working his way back up to 6th position now.
And I see the Tommaso Pantera there going through as well. Beautiful looking car.
Yeah, the long straights of Winton definitely suit the horsepower.
Absolutely.
It is a really good track though. It caters for all types of cars with the short stuff, the long straights, some long corners as well.
Yeah, you don't get much of a chance to catch a nap down the straights here. They're long enough to stretch your legs if you've got the long legs, but you've covered one end of the straight to the other in a fairly quick time. So what sort of speeds are you getting up to around here, Sam, in the Chevy when you're behind the wheel?
You probably get to around that 200 mark, just over 200 kilometres an hour. I think Phillip Island's the fastest circuit on the calendar for us, getting up to that 240, 250.
Yeah.
Which is pretty scary when you're trying to stop these large machines. Joe Di Bartolo is doing a fine job at the front, holding
great
off
job
the
out there in the lead as he wanders around the old gum tree yet again. Still in the lead, being chased by Webster and Barbara. Whilst they're back a little. Rowan Hodges being passed there, and the lots of trouble, usually serious. I had to get that in. I've got a mate that's got a Lotus Elan. Always give you a bit of a stir.
There's always something with old cars.
As they quite a gaggle of cars there heading through the left-hander onto the new section.
James
overtaking
Calvert-Jones started from the back of the grid after some technical difficulties this morning. He's doing quite nicely there.
Donald Bartley there in another of the Austin Healey Sprites being about to be gobbled up by a Porsche.
From starting last, he's made his way up to 10th. And I think now 8th, which is a great recovery drive from James.
Big move on the inside there by the Porsche into turn 1. Always got to be careful when you come down the inside of someone into a corner like that when there's a great speed difference that they don't turn down in on top of you. But Di Bartolo now still well out in front. But just over 2 second lead.
Yeah, he's handling the car quite nicely. Some Porsches and Alphas going added into turn 1.
Some glorious cars out there, Sam, and really good to see them heading around. You're saying you've got some gearbox troubles in one of the cars?
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave Baker in his convertible Corvette had a gearbox issue this morning. So we're not a good representation from the Corvette team over the weekend. But Joe Di Bartolo is doing a great job out front.
There's our little bug eye again, George Punster. Gregory Punster, sorry, out lonely as he is, about to be gobbled up the back straight.
Yeah, Richard East in
number 9. That's Richard East.
Hugh Harrison in his Alphas doing a great job in 7th place. He's always quite quick around this circuit. And yeah, James Calvert-Jones is already on the back of him, doing a fantastic drive.
Yeah, we should mention Aussie Soils and Cryo Cycle, Cave Hill Engines and FS Spaganolo and Co. for sponsoring or being parts of the sponsors of the overall event. Equity One, of course, being our major sponsor. Huge thank you to Equity One for all that they are doing for the event. Bit of a shout out to all of the volunteers that do so much behind the scenes, from flag points to stewards and scrutineers and all sorts of people out there doing things for the love of the sport as we just watch a Porsche make mincemeat out of an Alfa. The Alfa seems to have slowed a little.
Now we're getting the Porsches coming through the back traffic. But no, you're right. A real shout out to all the volunteers over the weekend, because these events don't run without them.
Douglas Barbara there in car number 911.
Tammy Hotz driving the MG, also doing a great job this weekend.
Nice and tidy through the corner there, keeping the car nice and straight. No flamboyant driving styles out there at the moment. It's keeping it all straight and nice and tidy. Everybody keeping a good safe line as they head on around the track.
The two Porsches are starting to close the gap on the Corvette.
Yeah, Di Patello certainly starts to be a little bit of a lessening of the gap. It's down to about 1 second back to Webster last time around.
Damien Meyer back up to 4th position. And then Tom Wallstab in the 928 coming around turn 1. There's always some great looking cars here in Group S.
We must be coming fairly close to the end of this event, I think. 6 laps remaining. Di Patello getting a little bit sideways coming through that right-handed corner under the old back straight. Around the left-hander he comes onto the extension. Right foot to the floor, and bye-bye Toto, see you later. It's down the straight it goes. Big Chevy. Plenty of power under the bonnet, and it seems to apply it quite well to the track.
A few back markers here.
I remember Warren Henderson from Geelong many years ago used to run a Chevy Corvette, and sitting in the car, I don't know how he raced it because it was a very difficult car to see out of. How do you find it, Sam? You're a bit taller than me, so you probably sit up a little higher in the car.
Yeah, it's I find it very, very easy. I've also driven a couple Porsches in my time as well, and I definitely prefer the bigger car. The left-hand drive also makes it a bit interesting too.
Yeah, that's got to muck up your gear change if you've only ever driven from the right-hand seat.
Yeah, it takes I think it takes about a couple laps to get used to, and then it's like second nature.
I see Joe's been able to put that pull another extra second on. He's 2.2 seconds ahead in the last time around, so from Webster.
Yeah, he's just done a 1:36.6 on that last lap, which is 0.2 off his lap record. So I think he's gunning for another accolade.
Keeping it really smooth. Apply the power smoothly and make sure you've got it all the way to the floor. But jump onto the brakes, roll the car into the corner and out. Datsuns, Lotuses, Porsches. How good is it to be able to see all of this happening right here in front of us.
Yeah, the Group S field's got something for everyone, and it's really good to see all these different battles.
Yeah, Hundo, they're just going through underneath Rowan Hodges in the Lotus of Land. Joe Di Batello back out in front, round the big gum tree.
4 laps to go. That's Tim Linus in the Alfa Romeo. First time driving it for him this weekend. He's doing a great job for a debut. Normally in a 928 Porsche.
Okay.
So I think he's missing a bit of horsepower, but he's out there, which is great to see.
Absolutely. And the little Alphas, well, that's not a car, that's an Alfa Romeo, I guess was the old advert from years ago. Beautiful little car, and they're pretty well known for their handling. Down the front straight, around turn 1 and 2.
Lots of traffic for the leaders, getting held up into turn 1. John Geist in the open top Datsun is also a very quick car around here.
Rowan Hodges there just steps to the left and makes room for Joe Di Batello as he heads on into the sweeper. Down around the inside now, he's got to go around the outside of the Datsun. Seems to manage that okay. Down around the wobbly bits, around the old gum tree. Onto that tight corner onto the back straight. What gear would you be coming through there?
He'll be in second there, and then third, and then back down to second for the tight left-hander. And then, as you said before, foot flat to the floor, trying to get as much horsepower out of that car as possible.
Car 52, the beautiful little Alfa Romeo there, heading around on our screen. And the checkered flag is out and waved, and that would mean that Joe Di Batello has taken that race quite convincingly with a 2.8 second margin through to Webster.
Held off the Porsches quite nicely.
Barber and Meyer, sorry. Then Wallstab, Jackson. Looks like he will be next. Just waiting for, yes, that's popped up. Jones has gone through.
Great drive from Jones from the back of the grid.
Yeah, it's not easy to come through such a big field.
A lot of traffic.
One needs to be very careful when you're coming from the back of the field. But an interesting little race there. Aussie Soils, Cryo Cycle, FS Spagnolo and Co. and Cave Hill Engines. Thank you to them, and of course Equity One. The Tomaso Pantera, their beautiful car. Not very many of them around. Ross Jackson been campaigning that car for a long time, and always puts on a good show.
Well, continuing the Holden versus Ford theme, we're here with one of the guys that's been racing one of these immaculate Mustangs for a number of years, Brad Tilley with his 67 Ford Mustang. Brad, welcome again. Tell us a bit of the history of the car.
Well, the car, I originally built the car for one of my customers, Bob Cox. Then he eventually hung the boots up and I purchased the car off him. and it's been a great thing there. We've slowly developed the car further and further as the years have gone by. It's won many, many races and been a really good, reliable car for me.
This car's got a lot of good memories for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it sure has. Particularly this meeting last year, we came down. I'd never raced this car here before. It turned out to be a great event. We won all the races and had a great weekend, and hopefully we can carry that on this year.
So what's under the bonnet?
It's a 289 V8 with quad Webbers on it. And it runs a 4-speed gearbox and a Ford 9-inch diff, so it's a pretty reliable package.
When you say development, this is a car that's nearly 50 years old. How much development can you do before you've got to go, well, that's enough?
Well, it's never enough. We do this for a job, and I'm really passionate about it still after all these years. And I just love to make it go faster and faster, and it's, braking, suspension, steering, there's a lot in it. The engine-wise, there's not much more in it, and you're sort of restricted a bit what you can do.
And the level of competition, is there plenty of respect out of there, or do you come back with a dented guard every now and then?
Oh, no, it's very rare we ever get dents in it. But in saying that, everybody's really having a go out there. It's not sort of like processional racing where really everyone wants to win.
And how long have you been doing it in your racing career?
I've been doing it since I was 16 years old, in various cars and various categories, but this is probably my favourite. I'm still enjoying it as much as the day I started.
Well, the Mustang's one of my favourite cars of growing up, the Norm Beaches and all of that. What is the attraction for a Mustang for you that has got that little bit that grabs you?
Well, originally I was actually into Valiants, my family. We raced Valiants in this category, push-button, S-Series. We've also had the Ford background. My dad had quite a few good XY GT Falcons and stuff. And then I started racing Mustangs as well, and just the reliability and the availability of body panels and parts, mechanical parts as well. It's that sort of got my attention, And then to drive them, they're just such a great car to drive. Plenty of power, it's good power to weight ratio. They have great brakes. It's sort of like they were developed to win in the 60s.
So could anybody come up here and offer you a bit of money, or money's not going to replace this car?
No, this one's not for sale.
Thanks very much, Brad, and back to you guys up in commentary.
Welcome back. We have got Formula Fords out on track. Without too much further ado, I love the way the Winton Festival of Speed rolls out. One event after another. And we find it difficult to slot in our commercial obligations, but we will, and we will also make sure we look after Equity One in this one as well. Right alongside me, making debut in the commentary booth, is a young man whose dad is in this race, so we'll see how much love he can give his dad if he gets him on camera here. But Tom Reed, welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed.
Thanks, Darren. Lovely to be here. Reasonable afternoon, a little overcast, but these cars will love these conditions, and looking forward to seeing a good race between the top 6 or 7 cars.
Well, your old man is out there. He's in position number 5. Let's have a look at the grid, and it's our naming right sponsor who is on the front row, albeit not in P1. It's Tom Tweedy, who I have enjoyed over the years driving his MS7 Elfin, one of my favourite big banger sports cars. He sits on pole in car number 13 right alongside his Equity One's very own Dean Koutsamides, Nick McBride and Andrew McGuinness. These are some names that we have seen do very, very well in Formula Ford over the years. Andrew McGuinness, great to see him back at the track. He also has a historic Brabham, which he races very well. Andrew Reid, our co-commentator's dad out there, and we'll see how much barracking we can get in for car number 15. Malcolm Ostler. Now, this is a guy that has been right at the front end of historic Formula Ford for quite some time in car number 21. So we see Malcolm out there. That's a Lola T642 red in colour. You'll see that streaming down. William Faulkner, Bill Faulkner in the number 95, Van Diemen RF 89. Then it's Sam Whelan from South Australia in the number 32, and that's a Van Diemen RF 89 as well. Neil Richardson to Jared Hurst in the number 42. We've got 5 seconds on the board. Richard Davison out of number 11. He is currently leading the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for Kent-engined cars. Aaron Farrell, Luke Warwick Folletta, John Gregg, Matt Scott, Chris Connor, John Miles, and away we go down into turn 1. funnels in there at turn 1 there. Can be quite tricky with the Formula Fords, but it is going to be the 13 of Tom Tweedy that leads the field down into turn 3, up past the famous turn 3 corner there, the realigned turn number 4. And these cars take great advantage of that, sweeping all the way around through turn 4. And the 13 is getting away very nicely indeed. Dean Koutsamides' Equity 1 car into position number 2 there as well. So car 20 doing very well. That's another 89 Van Diemen, RF 89, the Ralph Furman designed vehicles. And every single one of this era of Van Diemen's have that RF number right in front of them.
Tweedy with a decent lead onto the right-hander down the back straight. McBride slots into second. McGuinness just getting up the inside of Koutsamides there for third position. Reed behind Koutsamides in fifth. And then it's Malcolm Osler holding ground with Will Faulkner just behind him as we go now onto the second back straight. Tweedy with a reasonable lead, but McBride will be looking to close that gap.
They work the field from turns 10 up to 11. There's the number 15. A big look down the inside makes it stick. That's Andrew Reid. Oh, and there's a clip on the rear wheel there. Andrew Reid holding on to the inside running there. Looks to be okay. That's weird that a Formula Ford would go up in the air like that. The wheels seem to be pointing in the right direction. He'll get it back on the black stuff, but wow. You don't go 1.5 meters up in the air and land your Formula Ford on the ground without doing any damage. That's an RF 89. Great to see so many of these 89s out in historic racing too.
Yeah, the car looks fairly straight for now. Koutsamides, I think, had a spin in that. He's just behind Reid in position 18. So that was a little clumsy from those two heading into the last corner.
Both those FC type cars, which are, I guess they're the later style that are running in Historics FA and FB, also represented out here. I guess it's Malcolm Osler who's in the FB. He's already found his way up into position 4, started out of 6, I guess, after that coming together with those two cars that were sitting in 3rd and 4th there. But Nick McBride, a guy we normally see running at the front of Carrera Cup here in Australia, and running in the FC car there, car number 83. Andrew McGuinness. I'm not too sure whether Andrew's running the other car, his other Brabham here this weekend. No, he's not, but one of my favourite racing cars. That I love the way it's got the period style number on the nose cone. It looks good. Andrew McGuinness has raced various different forms of cars over the years, but doing a tremendous job here in historic Formula Ford. It's no more or less competitive than what it's been right throughout the 50 years of Formula Ford racing. In fact, there's even a book come out now as well, celebrating that as well. So it's a category that just keeps going and going.
Will Faulkner up the inside of Malcolm Osler here, and this will be for position number 4. So the latest 89 FC car overtaking Malcolm Osler in his FB Lola, who's doing a terrific job this weekend.
I like the way you refer to a car that's 35 years old as the latest RF 89, but it's the latest in the field of historic cars, isn't it?
It's the latest spec you can get, and they're typically one of the best cars, better handling cars to drive, as we see McBride ranging up to the back of Tweedy into Tank Corner here. He'll be trying to set up his run down the back straight to look for an overtaking move on the RF 86 machine.
So Tom Tweedy raced upper level Formula 3 here in Australia for many years, and in recent years has driven that MS7 Elfin, the big banger sports car, and we've seen some great onboard footage come out of that car over the last few years. And of course that car driven very well by Gary Cooper, Stewie Costera, and then for a long time Alan Newton raced that car very, very well also. But here at the moment, Tom Tweedy leading the way in car number 13, doing a tremendous job.
Reid up the back of Luke Warwick here. We'll get down the inside nicely as we cut to the leaders. McBride will be trying to get the toe down the front straight to see if he can tuck in behind Tweedy. Looks a little too far back this time around, possibly on the next lap.
We'll keep an eye out for Dean Koutsamides in the 20 and Andrew Reid in the 15 throughout this race. We'll cross backwards and forwards and just see where those guys are making their way through the field. Will Faulkner's up one on this lap, getting Osler done, but down into turn 3 this time. This is getting very willing. This is Formula Ford racing. This is why we love it. Open wheelers, no slicks, no wings, treaded tyres, And it is all about the mechanical grip. It is all about racecraft. And in historic Formula Ford racing, we can't say they're learning it because these guys have been doing it for a while. It's not like National Series or State Series Formula Ford. Huge pressure being applied now. Absolutely great pressure by Nick McBride. Current spec, Carrera Cup racer. And jumping into Formula Ford, which is where he made his start. As did Tom Tweedy and Andrew McGuinness behind them, and Will Faulkner as well.
These two are so easily the two guys with the most experience out of this field, and it's showing here with their brilliant racecraft. As McBride down the outside, trying to go around the long way, won't do it. Try the over and under, and draw alongside Tweedy down the back straight into the penultimate corner. He's already cleared him before they get there, and he'll get the move done and take the lead in the 84 Swift.
Good move there by the number 83 there, Nick McBride, gets through nicely. The 13, Tom Tweedy, he thought he had the corner covered, but the drive off turn 10 that time around in the RF89 came to fruition and did a terrific job, leading the race now with 5.5 minutes left in this journey. Tom Tweedy just gets in behind there. Andrew McGuinness is all on his own there with Will Faulkner back to Malcolm Osler. Then we've got car number 42, Jared Hurst. He's had a good run. Jared Hurst, currently in P6, started out of 10th. Doing a nice job indeed. Richard Davison, he's in the 10 now. In fact, he's 9th, started out of 11th. So Richard Davison, who has been multiple Victorian Formula Ford champion and guest on the Grassroots Racing podcast. You want to hear Richard's tale? Jump onto the Grassroots Racing podcast and have a listen to that. All found at Speed Cafe. And we're just watching these mid-pack cars come around now. There's a Lola, car number 21, which is Malcolm Osler, and that's the Lola T642. Doing a tremendous job to keep that old FB car up with these FC cars. Malcolm really does drive that thing very, very well, and a guy that really doesn't need any need to prove himself in motorsport after running working in Formula One, running IndyCar teams. Team Cool Green comes to mind, the Reynards there, and here he is coming down the back straight in the red and yellow Lola, and right in behind is Hurst. And we've seen Jared Hurst start out at 10, now make his way up to 6th place, right in behind Malcolm Osler.
Jared will be looking to tow past Malcolm here with a slightly lower drag car down into turn 1. If he's got a reasonable engine, he should be able to do it. Hopefully we stick with this angle. No, we're back to the leaders here, and McBride holding a comfortable margin over Tom Tweedy in the 86 Van Diemen. Tom will just be looking to consolidate second at this point and move on into the next race.
Just seeing how Nick McBride's been able to move away there. He was Tom Tweedy was doing a good job to hold him up there as we got this great battle pack going down into turn 3. In fact, we've got quite a few battle packs outside the top 10 at the moment, drawing right alongside each other.
Koutsamides going past his teammate Luke Warwick and up the inside. Johnny Gregg, he can't get it done, but we're looking to get up the inside at turn number 4 as we go back to the leaders. McBride.
So Andrew Reid in the number 15, who we saw tangled up at the start of this race with Dean Koutsamides. So the 15 and the 20. At the moment, Andrew Reid is inside the 10. So he's burst the bubble. He's pushed his way inside that top 10 and absolutely sealed the envelope and sent it to get through on Farrell. Koutsamides is wanting to do the same in number 20 as well. He's currently in 14th. So these two have got only a very limited amount of time left, 2.5 minutes in fact, and to get their way back in there. Andrew Reid's made his way in, of course, started out at P5. He's only 5 more away from getting that, but it makes you wonder, passing all these cars, what he could have done at the front of the field. I don't have to say that to you, do I, Tom?
No, it was a little disappointing to see, but now he's up the back of Sean Whelan here, the South Australian, in another 89 spec Australian built car. He'll be looking to get past Sean and move himself up the grid. As always in Formula Ford, it's a progressive grid format, so where you finish is where you start the next race, and that's critical. If you have a DNF, you're buried in the pack.
So like a couple of our categories here this weekend, the next time we'll see Formula Fords racing in Victoria will be the last weekend of August at Sandown as part of round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and they'll be joined by all the usual state series categories, including the national level sports sedans. So it's going to be a massive state round in a few weeks' time at Sandown. But have a look at this drive here. Nick McBride emphatically stamping his authority on the Equity 1 Formula Ford race number 1 here for the weekend. We'll have 2 more races tomorrow morning at 9:50 for the Formula Fords, and then the feature race at 1:20 out over 30 minutes. So that's a longer race tomorrow afternoon for the Formula Fords. As long as they can keep the fuel in the tank, they will keep going. The reliability of these cars never ceases to amaze me. We get to have a look back now at car number 35, which is Warwick Folletta, and Warwick is in the Van Diemen VD77, so that's a 1977 car, Van Diemen 77, so really one of the older Formula Fords we've got running.
Will Faulkner right up the back of McGuinness here into turn number 1, swings to the outside, McGuinness covers off nicely, and we'll be looking to get this move completed into turn number 3 if he can get the run through the S's. Will doing a tremendous job inside the top 4.
This is for podium too, so McGuinness is getting pretty lively with this. He wants to hold on to P2. In fact, he has got the pressure being applied like never before at the moment. So let's see if Andrew McGuinness can withstand this charge by Will Faulkner. And this is a really good display of Formula Fording right down through the eras.
McGuinness will need to cover that, and he does beautifully. Will Faulkner's driving out of his skin at the moment this weekend. This is like the best I've seen Will drive in a long time. He's trying to find a way past McGuinness and can't quite get it done. Be looking to get a toe if he's got a decent enough engine to get down the inside of McGuinness here into the sharp left-hander.
They both follow each other, line astern here. McGuinness covers the line nicely. You don't want to mess this corner up. So Will just managed to hold on a bit tighter. He may have jagged a little bit too much time, and that's you see the power down with the number 2 car there by McGuinness, and he took the flowing line around the corner, and that is the secret to Formula Fording down through the ages. Under brakes now, McGuinness in the 95 just went about a metre or 2 deeper there and closed that gap right up. So looks to the right hand side, which puts him on the inside of turn 2, but McGuinness comes round and we have had the checkered flag, and that is where we will finish. So Nick McBride over Tom Tweedy and Andrew McGuinness, car number 2, who we just saw coming across the line. So celebrations for the FCs that came first, second and third. McBride, Tweedy, McGuinness, Will Faulkner to the line now. A great drive there by Hurst in the number 42. Came out of position 10, jumped up 5 spots. So that's good.
Jared's done really well. He did a state round at the end of last season, and he did his first historic event in that Blanchard Team 88 Van Diemen at Phillip Island this year.
Then we go to Malcolm Osler in the Lola in position number 22. Andrew Reid, after that cruel flight almost, the whole back of the car came off the road.
He's very lucky.
You got a bit of work to do, I reckon, checking for cracks and abrasions and different bits and pieces down there between now and tomorrow.
Yeah, the floor could have taken a decent whack in that. We'll need to pull the wheels off the back of it and check carefully for cracks around the uprights and so on. But McBride, once he passed Tweedy in this race, was just dominant. Pulled a 4-second gap to Tweedy in the 13 car and ran away with it.
Typical Formula Ford racing we've just enjoyed there. Reid back to wheel and Richard Davison home there in 9th spot. And then we go to 10th place, which was Neil Richardson. And I believe we are about to get ourselves a replay of that incident between turns 11 and 12. That's Andrew. Side. Yeah, wheel under wheel, wheel over wheel, whatever way you want to describe it. Koutsamides and Reid come together. Holding on to the inside running there. 15 there looks to be.
Andrew, Dad, could have left a little more space there and lived to fight another day, but oh well, it's racing. That stuff sort of happens.
Certainly does. Let's just complete the field. To Farrell, D. Koutsamides in the Equity 1 Van Diemen. To Greg, Warwick, Bellamy, Folletta, Scott, Ducato, O'Connor and Miles DNF'd outside the top 20.
Just saw the team of Ellery Motorsport congratulating Nick McBride after his win. All the cars driving back through, dummy grid to their engines, to their garages. Sorry, I don't know how.
Hopefully they've got their engines sitting behind them still.
Yeah, we'll have to do a few bolt checks on these cars after.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ken engines tend to rattle the bolts loose.
Tom, amazing debut in the commentary booth for you. Sadly, the team car did well in the end, but got mixed up in that. We will have you back on board for Formula Ford racing again tomorrow morning at 9:50 and then again at 1:20. So thank you very much for your time and expertise.
Thanks, Darren. Pleasure to be here.
Excellent. We will be back on track in just a couple of moments. Group A, 5 litre and 2 litre feature race on track. We'll be back in a moment.
From an early age, I knew some cars were a statement of style and elegance.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them and racing. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special.
Beautiful, handcrafted, proper works of art.
This is my most prized possession.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
The self-sufficiency in the 1906 was exemplary. Now this particular van runs an EcoFlow 48 volt system, so there is enough to run the AC all day.
The van has Cruise Master ATX airbag suspension. It has a composting toilet. The Wonderland is very well built.
Inside, the Wonderland is more like a luxury hotel room than a caravan.
It's one of those things where you can get off and stay in the bush for long periods of time.
Welcome back trackside. Big shout out to Equity One as we see Dean Koutsamides finish his race in the Formula Ford. Just down the pack a little bit, they're coming together in that one. But shout out to Equity One, Wonderland RV. They're just right behind the kiosk area in the main straight. Check out all their wares. Shannon's Insurance on 134646. Cool Drive and Grays.com online there as well. Group A, 5 litre, 2 litre feature race coming on. A bit of a compact field of cars. Darren Knight right alongside me. Now, technical glitches all gone. We're about to get serious with this sort of racing. Group A, 5 litre and 2 litre touring cars out on track. And boy, there's some cars with some pretty steep heritage, isn't there?
It certainly is, Darren. We saw their brothers, I suppose you could say, the Group C cars earlier. Now we have Group A and some invited cars coming under the Heritage Touring Car umbrella. So those invited cars include the David Hulk ex-Kevin Waldock Falcon, making its first return to the track for many, many years. We saw Braxy do that interview with David Hulk a little bit earlier, so it's great to see another one of the forerunners to V8 supercars out on the track. This car was built before they were known as supercars, originally called Group 3A, which confused a lot of people. They continued having a Group A sticker on them when they were obviously not Group A cars, but that's what they were called before we adopted the supercar name.
It was a short period in history, quite confusing, wasn't it? It was when Tiga left and Avesco came in and
all sorts of stuff
all
was
different
going on.
bits and pieces was going on. It was all jostling for who was who in the zoo, really, wasn't it?
Certainly was, but the homegrown category, of course, that took over from the International Group A formula, which ended in 1994. So it's great to have some of these early 5 litre touring cars was their name to start with.
Yep. All Super Tourer in there as well. Trevor Schumacher in that BMW, and although some of these V8s are going to have a pretty cool note to them, that BMW will absolutely scream its way around here. The Capri Components car, as it was known by Laurie Nelson for many, many years, on the third row there with Trent Harrison alongside Chris Oxley, and down into turn 1 we go. Pete Zebras is in the field as well, current V8 supercar team owner.
Having his very first circuit race, so great to see Peter join on board the ranks. David Hulk is leading from Kyle Alford in the 2-wheel drive Nissan Skyline Turbo. He's just in front of Adrian Alesi in the Walkinshaw Commodore. The Gary Wilmington machine. He's just in front of that BMW you mentioned, Darren, of Trevor Schumacher, of course, a long time distributor of Michelin Motorsport tyres in this country. Purchased the car couple of years ago and is getting right stuck into it. This is a great example of an early BMW Super Tourer.
Yeah, the Johnny Cicotto car was what that one was famous for, and I think it's still running some Johnny Cicotto name signage on the back of it as well, if I remember correctly, after the last time I saw that car out of the workshop in Brayside there. But just watching this Nissan here, flames out the side, absolutely period perfect flames too, orange in colour, as opposed to the ethanol type flames we see these days of the blue in colour. Of course, all these cars running the great race fuels 104, I think, or 102, race 102, which is the replacement for avgas and some of the fuels that were around at the time. But these turbo cars, certainly fuel played such an important part. They had to get it absolutely right. And these under 2 litre cars, or 2 litre Super Tourers as well, they did start to run some of those more exotic Alf racing fuels in Europe as well.
Adrian Alesi not mucking around. He rounded up Kyle Alford around the outside there, and I saw that big Walkinshaw Commodore actually lift a rear wheel. So keep an eye on the number 40 Commodore in second place at the moment, behind David Hulk in the 5 litre Falcon. So Alesi has been running in Heritage Touring Cars for many years, has a couple of Walkinshaws at his disposal, and he is on the charge at the moment.
Gee, you can hardly go to a race meeting without a macro on the side of the car, right from Peter, Adam and Tim. Although it's not Peter, Adam or Tim, or Adam who was the driver of this car back with Alan Jones in the era. But certainly Adam Macro drove numerous cars throughout time, and a great racer. And of course his brother Tim won numerous Formula 3 championships, and his father Peter as well ran in the that Formula Mondiale Pacific era in the Cheetahs. With
That's
Brian
the brand of chassis, not talking about their moral...
Spelled C-H-E-E-T-A-H as opposed to the questionably moralistic people out there. But motorsport wouldn't be motorsport without a cheetah of either version.
Trevor Schumacher just rounded up Kyle Alford, so the BMW now up into third place, as Darren mentioned, previously run by World Motorcycle Champion Johnny Cicotto, who was nicknamed Johnny Chocolotto at Bathurst all those years ago in some of his sporadic appearances at the Great Race.
Yeah, certainly Bob Jane used to like to sling Johnny Cicotto in there. I remember the 635 CSI in the orange livery, very similar to Pete Sibris's car that he's running here, the VK Commodore, that synonymous orange Bob Jane Team Arts type of livery. So getting a good look at the cars accelerating out of turn 2. And watch the turbo car, the Nissan, just swinging in through there as well.
Good to see Trent Harrison out there in the Alpha GTV6. Of course, the Harrison family, they really are alphaholics. There is an F in there, alphaholics. So great to see Trent back out there, the famous Ignis bright yellow little 2.5 litre V6, a car driven with much verve, of course, by Colin Bond and Alan Jones in that first year of the Group A touring car category here in Australia in 1985.
Have a look at this, Schumacher getting very, very lively now all over the back of Arsley, and looks to be putting the nose of the Alpha up in there. And as this race starts to wear on, you just know that Trevor Schumacher's given himself a special set of Michelins out of the truck to put on this particular BMW, so it will become all rubbered up, all sticky, and the big Commodore in front will start to roll around on its tyres. I don't know that for sure, that he's got anything other than what he had out of the truck there, Trev. He's probably running stuff from 2 or 3 years ago.
Wouldn't be unusual in any form of historic racing, of course, to use some old rubber. That's a car, of course, that went on to become a Diet Coke BMW for Paul Morris in 1994. On screen now we have Peter Zibris, of course, Premier Supercar team owner, having his first run in the ex-Graham Crosby VK Commodore, the first version of the Group A Commodore. Of course, carburetor engine, not the fuel-injected engine that Adrian Alesi has at his disposal in the Walkinshaw Commodore.
Of course, Pete Zibris as well, one of the fastest Australians too. He's a top fueler. That's his heritage is drag racing. And I guess he thought, well, I can hold on to the steering wheel for 4 seconds down a straight drag strip. How hard can it be to hold on to the steering wheel for 20 minutes and to go for a race around? Completely different genre, really, isn't it? It's almost a different sport. It's a sprint racer versus a marathon racer, really, isn't it?
It is. Got a couple of corners here and there in circuit racing, and Pete great to see him out there. He is a collector of historic cars as well, so it's great to see him having it out on the track, not parked in a man cave somewhere. So well done to Peter for bringing that beautiful Bob Jane T-Mart's livery Commodore out on the track as David Holk continues to lead from Adrian Alesi.
It's interesting, yes, the older Falcon here and the transition of Australian motorsport away from the international formula to the bespoke, very, very bespoke Australian formula, and that was ended up being what was called Avesco V8 Supercars, now to these days just called Supercars, and it was very widely supported by the big two manufacturers, being Holden and Ford here in Australia for a long, long time, and sadly we don't have that industry here anymore either. But here's Pete Zibris again, the Trans-Tasman Group, Bob Jane T-Marts as it was supported in the day. And I'm going to go so far as to say, Darren Knight, that Peter Zibris is really enjoying himself out there at the moment, really getting himself accustomed to it. He's made a pass and getting underway with it.
Certainly is. The car originally built as the gold bullion machine, so it ran in that unique gold livery, and if you pop the bonnet on Peter's car, it's still got the gold inside the engine bay and the interior. Originally run, of course, by 1968 world champion Denny Holm at Bathurst in 1985 with Ray Smith, and then became another world champion, Graham Crosby, the world motorcycle champion. What a gun he was on two wheels, and Cros ran it in 86 with Wayne Wilkinson at Bathurst in those famous Bob Jane T-Mart's colours. Hulk untroubled at the front at the moment. Alesi, though, having to keep his eyes peeled on that mirror with Trevor Schumacher right on his tail in the BMW Super Tourer.
Kerry McMahon having a great battle out there in the ex-Laurie Nelson Capri Components Mustang. Currently on the road in 7th place, car number 72, battling it out with Oxley in car number 44, Chris Oxley out of New South Wales. So that's a great battle, the BMW and the Mustang.
Yeah, on screen now, Chris Oxley, the number 44 machine. That's a genuine ex-British Touring Car Championship machine, driven by Steve Soper, who knew how to twirl a wheel now and again. Darren had some great battles with John Cleland and all the other psychos in the British Touring Car Championship back in those days. They were fantastic to watch, with all sorts of hand gestures usually going on.
Yeah, there was amazing teams involved there, like the Williams team and Triple Eight were involved back in the day. The iteration that ended up with what Triple Eight we've got here today, challenged down into turn one, but the Mustang coming around there. It really was a much maligned shape of Mustang, that one, wasn't it? It didn't stay true to the pony car at all, did it?
Oh, I think you'll find some pretty big arguments from the Fox body fans, which I am one of. So smaller than, I guess, the original Mustang, but certainly a switch back to form after the Mustang 2. That was the model that really made people turn their nose up a little bit in some circles, but great to have Kerry McMahon out there in that Mustang, a car that Laurie Nelson ran right through the Group A era. So even after most of the Ford teams went to Ford Sierras, Laurie kept running that car, and it's basically the ultimate spec of a Group A Mustang. So a better diff. The original Mustang in that shape came out with a Capri diff, which did not last very long, and it's great to see Kerry out there in the Mustang, as it is great to see Adrian Alesi out there too in the Commodore. There's McMahon on screen having his final season of historic touring car action. He's going to hang up the helmet at the end of the year.
I did see Laurie Nelson actually recently, sadly at the funeral of Bob Gill, but that's where we catch up with people these days. And Laurie, I think he still thinks the hand and feet can dance on the pedals as good as they did in the 80s as well. But certainly that car did well, didn't it? He was an out-and-out privateer, and he followed every round.
Yeah, Laurie hung up the helmet probably at the start of last year, sold his Group N Capri to David Crabtree, of course, very fast open wheeler campaigner in historic racing action. David Holt continues to lead in the ex-Kevin Waldock owned Falcon. Tim Macro, of course, and Alan Jones piloted that machine as well at the FAI 1000 all those years ago. Alice is still holding on to that second place in front of Trevor Schumack in the BMW.
Cars coming up on track next is the Group PQ&R Sports and Racing, Group O Sports and Racing, plus some invited cars in the mix there as well. As the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed continues, some great support. The GUKW Spares and Machinery, Aussie Soils, FS Spagnolo and Co. Accountants, and Cave Hill Engines. I would say a number of these cars have probably had engines down at Cave Hill Engines. They do a tremendous job down there in Lilydale. The cars continue on around. Fantastic reliability, because some of these cars can show a bit of wear over time, but I guess they start to become a little bit rare, although there's some 500 of these supercar chassis going around. I know Aaron Noonan, the V8 Sleuth himself, who is carrying the live stream via the V8 Sleuth website. He's here with his father this weekend, and you can catch up with every single one of those particular chassis on his website, and you can also watch the live streaming.
Surely only a matter of time before these early, I guess we can call them supercars in inverted commas, become a historically ratified category. At the moment, they don't have actual historic recognition, which surely is only a matter of time, because these the oldest of these cars are now 30 years old, so surely it's time for them to join the historic ranks, and there's plenty of them out there. As you mentioned, Darren, we've seen them run I guess demonstrations at the Phillip Island Classic, and there's been 20 odd cars there, so it's only a matter of time before we see full fields of these cars hitting the track in anger.
You don't have to go too far in Dandenong or Western Sydney and slide some doors up and some sheds. There's plenty of these things around that could be run again. Like I get the man shed thing, but I certainly more get these are racing cars and they need to be exercised.
Won't get any argument from me.
No, that's right, I know that. But certainly doing a tremendous job. There's the checkered flag, and that will see race one for the weekend for the Group A 5 litre and 2 litre category, taken out by Hulk in the Falcon. And home in second place is the Commodore, back to the BMW of Trevor Schumack. So Adrian Aisley will be home in P2. And Kyle Alford home in P3.
Trevor Schumack, in fact, third, Alford fourth.
Coming around to greet the checkered flag as well, Kerry McMahon in the Capri Components Mustang. And the history of the Capri Components was that Laurie ran a business wrecking Capris, and that carried through to the Mustang.
Of course, tomorrow we will have the full field of the Heritage Touring Cars racing together, so that will bring some great action with the Group C cars we saw earlier running separately. They'll be mixed in with the cars you've just seen on the track, so that'll be a fantastic spectacle. The biggest roll-up of Group C and Group A Heritage Touring Cars we've seen here at the Winton Festival of Speed, and that will be a great spectacle.
Darren Knight, thank you very much as always for your expertise across these historic touring cars and Group A, Group C, 5 litres, Group A, etc. We really appreciate your expertise. You'll disappear off into the night now and come back, and no pun intended, night and night, but away we go. And we will see you tomorrow morning for one of the earlier races. In fact, our first race under 3 litre Group C and 2 litre Group A race at 9:05.
That will be very interesting. So one for the tiddlers, I guess you could say, the smaller cars. We used to have big fields back in the day, particularly Group C, the Escorts and Datsuns, etc., running around as a separate class. So that will be mixing the smaller capacity cars in together, and that'll be a great race to watch at around 9:05 tomorrow morning.
Then Group N, Group S, Formula Ford, and the historic touring cars, the Group N's at 10:05. We're going to take a quick break, and by that I mean quick, because we're readying ourselves for the PQ&R Sports Racing Group O Sports and Racing as well. Ron Simmons will be back on the mic with me in just a couple of moments. cars coming back out on track. Our first Wings and Slicks Formula making their way around now. Some fantastic Australian history built cars rolling their way around, some with roofs, some without, some with mudguards, some without, but certainly some amazing bits of machinery heading out onto track now. I'm Darren Smith right alongside me, Ron Simmons, as we see the Q&R sports and racing cars and invited cars making their way out onto the track now. And it's a compact field, Ron, but certainly some cars that have forged their way in Australian motorsport to become quite famous. Some of those names, the Hardmans and the Brabhams, Cheetahs, etc.
Yes, certainly are, Darren, and we've got people like David Crabtree there, Laurie Bennett, Michael Gibson from the Gibson family up this way, and Hardman, of course, also in the mix for a very quick race, this particular one. It's 15 minutes, due to start very shortly, so we'll watch these cars as they just make their way around to the start line. Before I do that, I might just give a quick mention to David Hassel. David Hassel, the author of The Boss, the inside story of the Alan Moffat and his Trans Am Mustang. It's available down at the SS Automobile memorabilia tent, just down on our left here from the commentary box. A wonderful book, very well put together by David Hassel, so worth a look. Very nice coffee book, $189.95, but a short change in somebody's pockets, I'm quite sure. But a lovely book to get. The Boss by David Hassel, available at SS Auto memorabilia tent, just down in the memorabilia lane down here beside us. Okay, cars now making their way around to the start line. As we said before, only a small field, but a good quality field, this particular one.
David Hardman in the Hardman JH1 coming down, the yellow car, Wings and Slicks type of formula car as well, and he's done a good job to qualify with the 122. Michael Gibson, who had recent times driven in the S5000, so the family, of course, very, very strong history going right back to Jack Brabham's racing with his grandfather, and they do a tremendous job. The Gibsons live very locally and have done for many years, and away we go. That McLaren just lighting him up off the back of the grid there, but David Hardman heads down into turn number one, chased by Michael Gibson, Paul Faulkner and Laurie Bennett in that magnificent car that Laurie has been racing for so many years. The number 53 charges down into the turn number 3 there as well, gathers it all up nicely, and in behind there we go to Paul Faulkner, and then the 75 coming through there of Kevin West, Luke Warwick and Mark Velmadita down there as well. So yeah, very, very clean grid start there for these cars, but it is the Hardman, and this is an Australian built and developed car, and doing great in the Group O racing.
Yes, he's certainly running away from it as they go up through the cleavage area up to the top of the track before they came down the short of the straights today. We're not using the longer track today, of course. So Hardman rocketing away down the line. Bennett looks like he's making up a move there on Faulkner as they come down into the hard left-hander. Good race going on there for second and third. Back then to West and Crabtree and Volmora back further. So good run up to the top end of the circuit. They disappear out of our sight looking at them, but we can see them on the TV here. And Hardman, car number 7, doing it very, very nicely. And Faulkner, Gibson, still just in front of Laurie Bennett as they head down towards what's actually turn 1 here on this particular circuit. Very, very good move there by Laurie, right under brakes. Comes through the S's, up onto the old pitch straight, comes past our commentary box, and looking very, very smartly indeed, Darren.
Michael Gibson not coming around to complete that lap, so not sure where that car has ended up, not getting across the strike. So we've managed to only have 6 cars out of our 8 complete the first lap there, but it is the Hardman that is well and truly out in front. We're getting a great look at the side now of Laurie Bennett's car. And Laurie always doing a terrific job in that Alpha TCR 600B. Again, an Australian built car. Gary Cooper designed and built many, many cars in the Australian landscape, starting off with the Clubman right through to the full ground effects, Formula 5000, Alphans as well, and many sports cars and different iterations in between. The Hardmans were pretty much strictly limited to the Formula 2s of the era and some of the junior type of categories. But here today, the Hardman with David Hardman at the wheel, the JH1, the 1981 car, 1600cc, leading the way nicely.
About 4 seconds separating Hardman from Faulkner, a 4:24 for Hardman, 4:28.6 for Faulkner, and a 4:29 for Bennett. So Hardman certainly getting well and truly out in the lead as he comes through up onto the old pit straight again through the S's there. And I have a feeling that Faulkner is also making a little bit of inroads away from Bennett, as the rest of the field are coming through the S's.
One of the cars that was enlisted for this was the Mark Velmabita car, the Brabham BT23C, which has just finished a restoration job on that car, and Phil Hughes, the mechanic to the Stars, has been looking after that car out at Hughes Supercar Services in Braeside. Sadly, we're not seeing the car in this race, but boy, is it a magnificent restoration that the crew have done on that car. Phil, of course, tuning it for racing. And there is a big difference to a Brabham that's being set up for concourse versus a Brabham that's set up for racing. And just seeing the Hardman car, the number 7 Clive Millis Motors, in its livery of the day, sliding it very nicely through turn number 10. We've still got about 7 minutes left in this race. You don't want to be sliding your Wings and Slicks car this early in a race. You'll tear the back tyres off it, but certainly he's got himself a 5.5 second lead here, so I guess he can experiment around with some throttle application, can't he?
Certainly, seeing the name Clive Millis, because that brings back memories of Clive. Very unassuming sort of a man. Put him in the behind of a motor car like that. Very, very hard to beat in his days. Clive Millis trucks, the things he had there out on Canterbury Road for many, many years. I haven't seen Clive around the tracks for quite a while, but good to see his old car still getting around. Bennett just going across the old start-finish line now as they head up into turn 3 for this event. But Faulkner normally is the one that's doing the chasing, but he's actually leading very, very well now as we watch the rest of the field coming through. Car 75 going through, that's West, and the car in front of him is Crabtree, David Crabtree.
So Kevin West in the Norex C2, a little-known manufacturer there, but that closed type of Le Mans prototype-looking sort of a vehicle ran in the Australian Sports Car Championship, and I guess you hark back to cars like the Vez Kanda that we saw John Bowe race ever so well out of K&A Racing in Adelaide. But the Norex there, we're just getting a really good look at Kevin West in the Norex, and just in front of Kevin is David Crabtree in his Cheetah Mark 6, and I spell that CHEETAH Mark 6. Brian Sheed built cars there, and of course the heritage continues on with his nephew as well, Mike Borland, who makes all the Spectrum racing cars, and recently sold the Sabre Formula V business, so that's being managed and run by others now, but Mike Borland still at the absolute forefront of Australian motorsport. And I guess the heritage of that is Brian Sheed's business, the Cheetahs, the Mark 6 that we're looking at on screen now, being chased down by the closed vehicle, the Norex. Here's the Hardman JH1 as well, with David Hardman at the wheel.
Yes, David Crabtree, unfortunately, over the last little while hasn't had the best of reliability with these motor cars. They've caught fire, or he's had a prang, or he's been involved with someone else's accident. But today he's having a great run. So
full credit to them when that comes to that. We all know how hard it is when you run into that period of time when the percentages start to weigh against you. You've had a good run for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden bits and pieces fall off.
He's sort of been pretty good at building his aeroplanes a little bit better than some of his cars recently, but he's got it all sorted out now, which is great to see. He's a great sportsman, loves helping out other people. So David Crabtree doing it very nicely there. Most unassuming sort of a guy as well. That's a fair bit to say on Facebook from time to time, I must admit. But anyway, so we've got Hardman still in lead, a 121.7. Well, he's romped it away. Faulkner with a 129, and then Bennett with a 130. They've gone a bit slower for some unknown reason, but They're out there for second and third. Right back there to Crabtree with a 132, West with a 132, and Warwick with a 135. So not the quickest of laps that we've seen these cars doing.
Paul Faulkner in the 94 there. His best lap of 129.1. Now 24.86 seconds off our race leader Hardman, and Laurie Bennett in the Alphen in P3, 1.8 seconds off the back of that battle as well, as we still see car number 7 in our race leader. And just noticing there, Ron, one side says Clive Millis Motors, the other side is just yellow with a number 7 on it there. So trying to give us the trick.
I tried to pick up the name on it before until it came around the other side.
Give us selling us a dummy there, which I think there's 2 yellow Hardmans out there, one with signs, one without.
Perhaps they're running on a budget.
Well, not enough stickers. Tell you what, if you're sponsoring a car, you want to get it on both sides. Interestingly enough, we've missed the McLaren M1A that Luke Warwick is driving around in the 1964 Group M, the only one of our Group M cars in this one. So the Can-Am type of effect, and it was absolutely a monster. Off the line, it left a couple of big number 11s.
Certainly did. My shares in Dunlop went up very quickly.
Yeah, actually, that'd be interesting to see what the tyres are on that. I guess they're probably going to be Hoosiers these days that to run on that particular car. We're getting a good look down the side now of Paul Faulkner. And Paul currently sitting number 2 on the road, albeit a fairly distant 24.86 seconds behind with 3 minutes left remaining. And I'm just going to keep an eye on that lap time of David Hardman there as well, because a 1:21.75 was his best lap on lap 3. They've just sort of eased up over the last couple of laps. Laurie Bennett, whose lap times have been fairly linear. In fact, he's kept the pressure up nicely, bouncing around between a 1:30 and a 1:31. So doing a nice job, and as is Faulkner as well, 1:29.1. In fact, his fastest and slowest laps, 1:29.1 and 1:29.7. So he's been very much in a stable lap time. Getting a great look at the number 94 now. That's the Brabham BT29 out of 1969. And we go back to the Norax of Kevin West and David Crabtree in the Cheetah Mark 6.
Unmistakable rotary engine noise, the old brap out of that car. And as you say, it did run in the sports car championships that they had at Sandown many years ago, and back in the 80s. So its car's been around for a long time. In fact, all the cars have just about been around for a long time, the ones that we're seeing racing here.
But certainly fits with the Winton Festival of Speed genre, doesn't it? We've got we can bounce around from a couple of different eras with all of the categories. We've got the HQs racing, and they were built in the early 70s, obviously, but didn't start racing really until the late 80s, early 90s.
Yes, that sports car is a fantastic motor car, and the Luke Warwick, I think, in that particular car, he's going right at the back of the field, but he's enjoying his run, which is the main thing.
It have to be hard to keep these cars. These are almost one-off bespoke vehicles that were built back in the day, let alone now when you're trying to continue them running. And it is really testament to every single one of our competitors, not just in these cars, the Q&R Sports and Racing cars we're looking at on track now, but right throughout the paddock area. There's the Brabham again. And running the full treaded tyre, which was run in the era. We hadn't transitioned to a full slick race tyre in motorsport until after that particular era. And the cars we were looking at just before, the Norax and the Cheetah, were on slicks.
Paul Faulkner, of course, also another aeronautical man. Here's a beautiful workshops down at Moorabbin Airport there, refurbishing aeroplane propellers, in actual fact. All sorts of propellers down there. It's a beautiful workshop, along with the motor cars that he's got there, because he's got the Williams car there as well, the XL and Jones car. So lovely workshop that Faulkner's got down there.
He also raced, I think, in the super competitive Porsche 944 category for quite some time, which runs with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, which you'll be able to see at Sandown at the end of this month, the 23rd, 24th. The National Sports sedans running along there, so the biggest of the big bangers of the current Australian motorsport running at Sandown. Well and truly worth getting trackside for that one as well. And there's the 51, which we've had a good chat about. The Cheetah Mark 6, blue and white, David Crabtree. As we hone in on the last bit of this race. In fact, we've ticked over the time certain clock. And I would suggest the next time we see the yellow number 7, there he is coming on to the straight. There will be a checkered flag expected to greet. And there it is. Checkered flag goes to David Hardman. The Norax just gets through for another lap.
Just about to be lapped.
Belching 12A flames out the back there onto the road. So as you touched on, Ron, the rotary powered engines, they do love to spit out a bit of raw fuel. And I would suggest that car's probably running a 48 IDA Weber or something like that, so plenty of unburnt and raw fuel going through the combustion process.
Yes, I used to run an RX-7 for a while, and like I say, they get quite fumy when they do all that to burn
very
up
hot,
petrol.
Yes. Yes, so
then we had Hardman with a 121.7, Faulkner 129.1, and then Bennett with a 130.09. So they weren't really actually racing themselves much this particular event. They may in the next one, of course, but usually it's a pretty good race between Bennett and Crabtree, West, Warwick. So great to see that event come to us for the Group AO Sports Cars and Racing and Invited categories, BQ&R.
Wonderland RV and Equity One bringing us that particular race. All the cars have made their way through to the finish line now. We might take ourselves a quick break as we burst onto the scene with the MG and invited British sports cars in just a few moments' time as we see the Hardman and the Norax come to the line there, and it looks like the Norax just beat him to the line. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments with the MG and invited British sports cars on track.
When I was a kid, I loved cars.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My life is hot rods, designing them, building them and racing.
Hand built with a stainless steel roof.
It won the Monte Carlo Rally 4 times. Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man. In '71, this was the fastest 4-door car in the world.
Insurance? Shannon's, of course.
Without too much further ado, let's get on with the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed, celebrating 50 years of Ford versus Holden. Well, we'll put that to one side for the moment because we'll have all the very best of the British Isles, MG and invited British sports cars coming out on track. Now, I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, Phil Membry. Phil, these cars certainly evoke passion amongst the MG and English fraternity.
Do they ever? Have you ever driven one of these cars?
Not one like that we're looking on screen at the moment. Our pole sitter in Simon Elliott. That is the RV8 is an absolute beast.
Yeah, what a weapon that thing is. He's going to show a clean pair of heels to everybody unless he makes a big mistake, I think. But
yeah, I'm not so sure. Don't put your money on that too quick, Phil, because Michael Trathan in this little 1300cc thing here, you don't get number one on the side of that car without racing these guys right throughout a series and being there right at the end of every race. And if any place rewards the ability to power down and flow the car, it's here.
Absolutely.
And that little Sprite is every bit of everything I just said there, and Michael Trathan, he absolutely throws everything at it, throws the anchor out and just goes for it. Like I said, you don't get car number one without trying.
Not at all. It's quite a privilege to wear the number one on any category that you're in, and when you're one of the smallest cars out there,
you've worked hard for it, that's for sure. Let's have a look at the grid as they come around. Simon Elliott in that number 55, the big RV8 coming around. He has had to redevelop that car over the last few years and's come out and has been racing it very, very nicely indeed, and should be absolutely congratulated the way he's mastered that car. The MGB outfit, the number 58 of Simon Elliott, has rightfully got pole with the 135.28. Here's the telling story. Car number 2 qualified at a 139.76, so we're 4 seconds a lap slower than on a single lap flyer for pole. Donald Bradley in the number 43 Donald in the Austin Healey Sprite. So a couple of smaller cars. Chris Gidney in the number 19. Chris is in the MGZR, a newer version of the MG. We go back to Gary Gibson in the 67. Keith Ondaatje in the number 40, the Stag. I'll name it now. I'm going to barrack for him. I have been for years. I love the number 40. We jump on board with Keith Ondaatje. Rodney Wells, and it's Jason Edwards, David Bajent, Paul Hogan, John Makem in the number 33. The big guy in the MG midget slings himself in there, races beautifully. Alana Ondaatje, the next of the Stags there. She's in number 44, and we are absolutely away. Adam Ailiff, Anthony Vollerbrecht, Jack Cousin, and Alistair Ondaatje down the back of the field in his TR7. And let's see how they go. Simon Elliott, as expected, gets away beautifully. Chris Gidney in there as well. Donald Bartley gets into P2, though, off the line there. So gets through on Michael Trathen. In fact, that's one of the rare times someone actually puts a move on Michael, and it was off the start line. Got him on the line there. And we see Keith Ondaatje in car number 40, the Stag, in there as well. Very James Bond 007.
Elliott, though, round the sweeper. Got the gap on everybody. Made the good start. A little bit squirrely, I noticed, down into turn 3. Probably a little bit of cold brakes and cold tyres, but what a car that thing is. It is an absolute stonker of a machine.
Yeah, we sort of arc back to the likes of Tom Hutchinson and Mort Fitzgerald in his MGB, and the likes that used to absolutely dominate this sort of racing. And now Simon has come up with the very next best thing to those guys, and he is now the guy that is out in front. And big shout out to Phil and Vince that were running in those invincible MGB GT V8s over a while there as well. Now Phil Gucciardi now running in GT4 on a national series, and Phil joins us from time to time in the Monty Powered outfit. But just watching some of the smaller cars, and it is Michael Trathen who has, he's vilified himself. He's gone back into P2 and just managed to put Donald Bartley back one spot on the opening lap. So he didn't lose any spots on a lap, just for 3/4 of a lap there, Phil. He went into P2.
Yeah, mate, had to regain that spot. That will have opened up a bit more of a gap for Elliott out in front as he heads on down into turn 4. Then he makes his way out of 4 up to the sweeper. Right foot to the floor, pedals it up through the gears, slots it through that long sweeping left-hander. Then you've got that little bit of a dog leg as you come out of there. Jumps on the brakes into tank. Really tight corner. I'd imagine he'd go back 1, maybe 2 gears down there. I'm not too sure what gearing he has in that car. Round the big gum tree he goes.
Number 55 looks the goods. Those almost going to say the livery, the Martini racing type of livery, but it's just an iteration of that. Trathen doesn't worry with too many decals or anything on his car. It's all about being lightweight, and he's that concerned about lightweight that he has the best number you possibly can have. It's just the one.
The one.
You don't need any more weight than that. You don't need a 2 or a 3 or anything mixed up.
And the smallest amount of material to make it.
Exactly right. Yep. Very much the Colin Chapman theory, isn't it? Just has to get to the end each and every time.
I'm surprised he's put paint on the car.
Well, I would suggest it's probably a very, very light mix. 500 mils will do a whole thing in the case of a Healey Sprite, that's for sure. MG Midget, sorry.
Yeah, 1 coat will do.
Correct, and we just look now, completing lap number 2. Elliott, a 1:34.92.
Yeah, good lap speed there from Elliott.
And he'll get faster too, and so will Michael Trathen, a 1:39.62. Michael Trathen qualified at a 1:34.39.76. I'll get it out eventually. So he's gone faster now, but we've also had a little bit more heat into the track. The sun has been out, although it's not an exceptionally hot day. But the black surface does absorb the heat. As long as the sun is out, it's absorbing it. Gee, it looks menacing with him on board with that black helmet and the reflector lens, doesn't it? It's almost
of course, you've got that big wraparound seat as well, which just sort of adds to the size of his head, really. I don't think his head's 3 feet wide.
Look at that
looks
reflector.
Like it is.
Looks evil.
Yeah. Super quick. Comes out of there. has yet again just throws the right foot down. 134.927 on the last time around for Elliott and that beautiful machine. But what can Trentham do? Can he reel it back in? Certainly got the job in front of him.
Just looking back through the field now, great to see some of these cars. That's the ZR there. We just lost that mid-shot there, but that'll be... It's looking for, again, we're missing that one, but certainly getting a look back down through the field. As we go back to Michael Trathen, he's in P2 in car 1.
Yeah, he's got 10 seconds to it, 10.4 seconds he's got to try and make up. That's a big gap that he's got to try and pull back.
Let me tell you can't rely on Simon Elliott to having any issues either. This car has been really on point since he brought it back out. There's the back end of Keith Ondaatje, and Keith's being chased down by Chris Gidney in the number 19 and the 67 of Gibson, which is Gary Gibson, started out of position number 5. Here's the 43, third on the road, started out of P3. Donald Bradley qualified at a 140.39, is now operating in the 139.9, so he's improved by a tenth of a second in this race as well. So you can see how the track is starting to come to the guys and girls as the day gets a little bit older. Car number 12, this is James or Jack Cousin out of the ACT, a Jag Series 3 V12E. Very interesting looking racing car. Here's the Stag.
Almost didn't recognise what it was when I first saw it on screen.
If you look close enough here, Phil, and you get a good shot of car 40 from the front, you will see a man with a grin on his face like no other. He's in his Stag, he's on a racetrack, and he's burning around, doing laps. Absolutely loves it. Keith Ondaatje, great gentleman, fierce racer, as all the Ondaatjes are. We've got 3 of them in this race. In fact, Alistair in the 40, hasn't taken to the track actually. I called him on the grid, but wasn't on the grid, Alistair. But Alana started out of 12th, and Alana's actually gone back 2 spots, but we're looking at Keith at the moment. He started out of 6, and Keith's now up to 4. Looking back down the field now, this is Adam Ailiff, and that Jag that we formerly mentioned, the Series 3 V12E.
About to get passed by the lowly Austin Healey Sprite.
It's very much a Batman-looking E-type Jag, isn't it?
It's an interesting looking way that they've modelled the front of that car. It's really quite different.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? The Jaguar Series 3 V12E. Love the E-type Jag shape. In fact, it's one of the world's most enduring shapes. That with the Lamborghini Miura and some of these shapes that really did start to style our world.
Yeah, you're mentioning things I can't afford.
Well, I'll throw a Austin Healey, either a 100 or a 3000 in the mix there. There also were game changers in the automotive world in that particular era. The MG ZR. Now we've just seen Gidney go through on Keith Ondaatje and unbottled that car. So the number 19 now is out after it, and he is he's into position number 4. And he has actually got away from Keith quite substantially, and he's got a Triumph ranging up behind him as well.
Yeah.
And those Triumphs have got some MG midgets chasing up. There's Makem in the mix there as well. So the sign rider, he's going around the outside in the number 33, or is it the 260 of Jason Edwards going up the inside of him? So great battle. MGB GT V8 just in front in the standard sort of trim.
Yeah, didn't make it on the outside, had to tuck back in. We've got car 40's pulling in, Dan.
No way.
What have you done to him?
No way. The number 40, the Stag, is making his way back in to the paddock.
He's got to give it a polish and get it ready for you for sale.
Oh, no, not buying it off him, just like to see it going racing. Here's the RV6, the last of the iterations of that MGB, that shape that Rover tried to just breathe one more bit of life into that particular shape there. There's the Triumph TR6 in the orange there.
Yeah, lovely little motor vehicle, the TR6s. They sound glorious too as they sail past.
Yeah, they really are nice little cars, the Triumph TR6, and when prepared properly, fast. Make a great racing car, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. The straight six is no slouch of an engine. They can rev quite well.
Gary Gibson in this one. He is doing a good job, and he has got the 60 in behind him, Rod Wells. And they've got that very special sort of front end on that MGB. And the stripe over the top, the Works sort of livery for that car. And then just off the back, Bajent and Vollebrecht. But this is the 67 of Gary Gibson getting a good look over. He's missed a gear. And that's what's happened there. The torque of the six-cylinder, though,
comes back to play.
The 67 just holds the 60 at bay one more time, but if you're going to miss gears like that, that's going to cause you no end of hurt and pain.
That's for sure.
Towards the end of that, but you've got to say relied heavily on the torque of the six-cylinder he's got on board there.
Yeah, that was for sure. It was looked like he was going to be done and dusted up that back straight there, but managed to be able to get the power coming from the TR6. And away he went.
Triumph GT6 Mark III 1974 at Gary Gibson's disposal at the moment into turn 3. The realigned turn 4 now makes it a lot faster when you arrive at the sweeper. Used to almost be a stop-go 90-degree bend. They realigned it. In fact, I think that was the first thing that occurred once the COVID era hit, and the guys were digging up that corner and got it done very quickly without any disturbance of track action for quite a while there, and they got that job done very nicely indeed. I think it's been a massive improvement to the Winton layout.
Oh, for sure. The track improvements that have gone on here over the years certainly have done a great thing for the all of the events that run.
Another one slowing there, like one of the more standard MGB GT V8s. Didn't quite catch the number of that car, the blue one there. So
just to see Vollebrecht heading there around there as well. Wasn't too sure whether he may have been involved in something with that other car.
There's our race leader, and he will be on his last lap out there now. We've ticked over the time certain finish. There's Johnny Makem, and in behind Makem is Edwards. Here is our race leader, doing it very, very nicely indeed. A lovely Saturday afternoon drive in central Victoria here at the Winton Motor Raceway as part of the Equity One Winton Festival of Speed, the Victorian Historic Racing Register, putting on a great series of events every year, and fantastic to visit country Victoria and enjoying that around about the first or second weekend at Sandown. For historic Sandown is just like here, just like today, a fan favourite. People flocking to the event, wedged between Dandenong and Springvale on the historic Sandown layout. Be great to see everyone there for that one as well, as Simon Elliott comes around the final series of corners. We go back to the 67 of Gary Gibson in the GT6 Triumph Mark III. And there is our race leader, Simon Elliott, just disappearing down into turn 1. He's done it very easy. 21 seconds last lap around. Let's see what he's got to the line with. There's John Makem in the 33. A big guy slings himself into his midget.
Yeah, great looking little car. We've got the red and white checker on there. I don't think we have a red and white checkered flag in motor racing, but
we do now.
Looks very good indeed.
There's Simon Elliott. He'll have enjoyed that. That was a nice run. Good bit of reliability. No lock-ups. Just keeping the V8 motoring along nicely. It's going to be interesting to see if we looked at that. I had great hope that Michael Trathen and Chris Gidney, Don Bradley, Bartley, one of those guys would have gone with him, but no substitute for cubic inches and amassing of kilowatts as well, isn't there?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good stuff being tucked under that neat bodywork. It doesn't look as if McDonald Automotive are going to get any work out of this, but we thank them and Cave Hill Engines, PAVT and Aussie Soils for their work on sponsoring that event, and Equity One, of course. How can we forget Equity One?
Interesting, we didn't get a good look at Murray Stevenson in the MG ZS 180 during that one. Hopefully we'll get a bit of a look at that car tomorrow, the car number 61. Of course, the MG and invited British cars will be on tomorrow morning at 10:30. And then we go at 2:55 for the MG and invited British cars as well. And that sees all of our competitors range to the end of that. Keith Ondaatje, obviously
Came back
did get
out.
back out on track there.
Yep.
Alistair didn't. Dunford and Alana didn't finish there either in their Stag or Triumph. So there's Simon. He's heading back in. We'll take a quick break because we've got plenty more racing still to come. Phil Membry will disappear and we will we'll be joined by Greg in just a moment. Greg Smith, no relation, I don't think anyway, but we'll explore that over the next little while. We'll be back in a moment.
And down here in the pits, my history lesson continues. And now I'm in the box with Peter Shiberis with another bit of a mobile museum, I suppose you could call it, with a Graham Crosby, Wayne Wilkinson, Bob Jane T-Mart Commodore, or the VK Commodore, way back from 1985/86. Peter, welcome to Let's Talk Motorsport. And this bit of, as I said, a mobile museum, it must be pretty good to be driving it.
Yeah, no, definitely. These old cars are cool. It just, you look at these and they're so close to a road car compared to the later model cars, and you sort of wonder how they did the laps in them back day, and it's credit to them.
Where did you find it?
There was a guy in Melbourne. His name's Ben Henson. I ended up buying it off Ben. So this car started off life. It was a New Zealand car. Everyone knows it as the gold bullion car. If you have a look inside, all the bar work is still the same colour as the original the car was in '85. Then in '86, as you see it today, it raced in the Bob Jane livery, and I'm sure it went through plenty of hands and different colour codes and all the rest of it. But as you see the car, this is pretty much how I bought it. We've done a few little mods to it and tidied it up a little bit, but as you see the car, 98% that's how I bought it. So yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what's hides underneath it.
It's a 308 period correct. So in this category, we've got to basically run what they ran back in the day. Engines are sealed now, so you can't do modifications. You got to run the same carburetor, brakes, wheels, tyres. We basically have to run what they ran back in the day.
And with the around here with a track like Winton, is it got power steering back then?
Back in the day, no. Now it does.
Oh, you do. You were allowed to put that on there.
Yeah. I probably.
I was going to say it'd be a big handful with the big fat tyres and everything, trying to get around this. Well, it is pretty bumpy in places and very tight in most of the places.
Yeah, no, it is a tight track, but the power steering makes it much more enjoyable.
And what about yourself? Have you done much racing throughout the years?
My background is drag racing, so I'm a drag racer from way back. Just with the involvement with supercars, and I've sort of had a love of V8 supercars, touring cars, whatever the name that they've had throughout the years. Look, I've been a long-term fan, and I just love it.
So the difference between the adrenaline rush on a gate at a drag strip compared to the start line and then the continuation, it goes for more than 5-7 seconds. It goes for a few minutes.
Yeah. No, look, it's same but different. It's sort of hard to explain in 2 minutes, but drag racing it's like 20 minutes compacted into a couple of seconds. Where this is you drive it to your talent and to your speed, and for me it's something that I enjoy, and I'm learning, and hopefully we'll just get better and better.
Well, all the best, mate, and hopefully have plenty of fun over the weekend with it.
That's the intent.
Thanks, and back to you, Darren. I'll see what other history lessons I can find out in the next half an hour or so as well. Have a great day up there.
Race cars back on track, just how we like it, and this time we are going to go with the categories known as JKLB, M Sports Racing, Formula V and invited cars. I am not sure that yes, there is a couple of Formula Vs that are making their way out of the pits. One of them will be Michael Olsen, the 81 of Harold Roberts, the 40 of Callum Ross. They make their way around to the grid, and I'm Darren Smith right alongside me. No relation, but Greg Smith for the very first time in commentary. Welcome, mate. Great to have you here, and you are touted as the expert on all things JKLB and M Sports, so we're about to get a lesson, I think.
We'll give it a try, and we'll see how we can describe some of the cars. The cars are coming round now to line up. There's Norm Faulkner in the Elfin Mono on screen now.
So Norm will be coming out of position number 2. Just down the road from him is Noel Bryan in the number 63 Renmax BN1. So another great to see some of these Australian built cars that are coming out of the closet. Graham Raper is in position number 4. So number 3 is the 77 of Con Ryer, the MG Holden Monoposto out of 1955. So there it is there. Certainly a shape of car that was around for quite a long time, wasn't it? I mean, you can draw a line between that and Maseratis and Alfa Romeos in that similar sort of monoposto format, can't you?
Very interesting car. It runs an MG TC running gear chassis and a grey Holden engine out of an FJ Holden. It's actually the Repco Gold Top replacement engine out of the Wagga Taxi.
We'll get to those stories, I'm sure, throughout this particular race. In 5th position is Peter Fagan in the 126 Cooper Mark 6. Then we go to Shane Bowden in the number 17. Shane's in the Lotus 11 replica. And that is a 2.1 litre outfit there. Then we go to Ross McLaughlin in the number 99. Ross is in the Melmark Elfin. Back to Russell Budge, Max Pegram, Michael Olsen, Harold Roberts, Callum Rose, Barry Bates, Doherty and Jack Walter. A number of those cars haven't joined us, but we are set for a race start. And away we go, and there's a big jump midfield there. And we head down into turn number 1. Norm Faulkner just gets gazumped a bit on the line. Certainly a lot more frontal area on the number 16 of Graham Raper's car there as well. Coming up past the old start line, and leading is car number 30 who sat on position 2, Norm Faulkner. Noel Bryan dips in behind there as well. So the Elfin Mono, Aussie built car as well. Famous Mark Elfin out of South Australia. Not too many sure how many cars the Elfin organisation actually produced, but certainly when you come to an event like this, you do learn. A lot of them were out there because a lot of entries have got that Elfin mark written right next to them. The 63, Noel Bryan in the Renmax. And this is a classic battle of Aussie built cars, isn't it?
It's a classic battle because the Elfin Mono's 1600 cc's, whereas the Lynx is only 1100. It's a Formula Junior. It has a fresh engine in it just for this meeting, and Noel has told me that it pulls 9,500 revs up the main straight, and it certainly sounds like it.
Connor Ryan in that MG Holden Monoposto as well, out of 1955 LB Racing. And it's a 2.4 litre, as you touched on the Holden grey motor, and those very long inlet tracks hanging out the side of that engine cowling. And engine forward of the driver, whereas the two cars in front, engine behind the shoulders of the driver.
So the more modern cars in the front have four-wheel disc brakes and independent suspension. The car coming third has a beam axle at each end, leaf spring suspension at each end, and drum brakes. So it has a severe disadvantage to the front cars. It also has wire wheels on it, which can spring a bit, so they change the grip. compared to cars with solid centred wheels.
Gives it a bit of an active sort of feeling, doesn't it?
You could say that.
You do from time to time see with these wire wheel cars that they do come back, and there might be one or two of those wire spokes no longer with the car as well, because they've flexed themselves off the car. Oh, there's 77, bit of a lock up there, but I've got to say the wheel inputs are massively evident, aren't they, Greg? Just watching away, almost soaring at the wheel as he slides it around the cleavage, coming onto the past the truck assist sign and charge down.
It's just beautifully in balance, that car. He's got the tyre pressures correct, and it's showing its way to some more modern cars. We'll get a shot shortly a bit behind that car, and you'll see the other ones that it is battling against to stay in front.
So the 63 out in front now, Noel Bryan, the Renmax. In behind is the Alphen, and very much the Renmax, the front air inlet there being ducted down to the radiators.
So the Alphen Mono was the first car Gary Cooper built with a monocoque tub, hence its name Alphen Mono. So it's a built-up box riveted tub with all the other ancillaries attached and bolted on, as a car of the era. But it was a breakthrough car in Australian manufacturing.
So Raper and Fagan on screen now. The 126 there of Peter Fagan, a Cooper Mark 6, which was, of course, the brand that Jack Brabham made his first name for himself, I guess, on an international scale, driving for the Cooper Car Company.
Yeah, that little car is also quite a small capacity. That's 1100 cc's in a Jap V twin, whereas Graham Raper has a flathead Ford V8 with two carburettors. A lot of money having been spent on expensive porting on the exhaust pipes, according to Graham, and it does have a prodigious amount of horsepower compared to the little Cooper that's following it.
Graham has been peddling this car hard ever since he's taken it on, and has always been super entertaining to watch the way that car changes its dynamics right throughout the run. But he's always been very, very entertaining, and you look around, you expect it to have a little like a low capacity, a low litre type of sound to it, but it's got that flathead V8, which I remember as a kid Ian Duguid had a yellow version of that car as well, another Holden special with another special with and when I say Ian Duguid, I meant Bob Duguid.
Bob Duguid in the flathead Ford.
Yeah, the flathead Ford, sorry, I got the first name mixed up, Bob Duguid.
So here are the little Formula Vs coming down to monster Paul Doherty in his special, which has got a big flathead 6-cylinder engine in it. So Paul's a new competitor.
That's the Dodge.
And recently the winner of the Patrick Ryan Memorial Trophy, which is presented in memorial of young Connor Ryan's father, Patrick, who was a great supporter of historic racing.
So Formula B's on screen now. This is the, I guess, the race within the race, the LB and Group K and LBJ cars as well. So watching here some of these closed sports cars, swooping lines.
So the black car that's just coming into shot now, if it comes into shot, there it is the Zeph's car. So that's an Oscar body with a Zephyr engine with a supercharger on it. That also has a huge amount of horsepower compared to the grip that it's able to put down.
That's the problem, isn't it? The horsepower didn't keep up with the tyre technology for a while there. So these two cars, again, leading our way. This is Bryan over Faulkner, and Connor Bryan was the next one further down the road in the number 77, that MG Holden Monoposto at the back of the shot there.
I think young Connor might have to temper his enthusiasm a bit. He's well ahead of the field of Group L cars, so he doesn't really need to overdrive the car, but we'll see how he goes.
Plenty of racing still to go here from Winton Festival of Speed. A big thanks to Equity One, Wonderland RV, Shannon's Insurance, Cool Drive and Grays.com. Up next on track is the big bangers of Australian motorsport. The Historic Sports at Anzac invited for their Super Sprint. Alpha Racing after that, and we'll round out the day with the venerable Holden HQs for their one make racing. If you need to see something different, the Victorian Motorcarna Championship is on over on the skid pan, so plenty going on over there. A bit of tyre smokers cars find their way around in through the obstacles and tests out there. So if you want to go and have a look at something different while you're here, wander on over to the skid pan, or have a wander down to the pit and paddock area. You're welcome to make yourselves at home here at Winton Motor Raceway for the 2024 Festival of Speed.
Quite commonly, the Formula Vs are driven by younger members, and the Victorian Historic Racing Register offers free membership to young people who'd like to compete, and when they reach a certain age they can also have a free licence which enables them to compete in certain events, not necessarily racing events, but they get a feel for driving the cars.
Great initiatives taken by the VHRR in that respect. Certainly does help to get younger members on board, and member-driven organisation. That's what it's all about. Keeping fresh members coming through. Getting a great look now. Graham Raper just really getting wrestling this big special around. Really enjoying himself. I reckon if he didn't have that full face helmet on, we'd see a grin from ear to ear, Greg.
That's it. The little car on the left going through now is an interesting car. It's a copy of an English Lola, and the chassis was made by Hedley Thompson, who was the famous government aircraft factories welder, and he was often the scrutineer, and he would be very tough on people that had chrome plated components, because he said the chrome plating enhanced hydrogen embrittlement, which was dangerous. So he got the moniker Deadly Headley.
I had heard that story, but I wasn't sure of the background of that one. But there you go. I remember that. That one goes into the memory banks. But yeah, chroming is certainly not something you see too often on racing cars. Certainly was something that they realised after a little while that you could get better performance out of possibly painting or powder coating rather than chroming the metals. And this is a good display of Formula Vs and some closed sports cars as well.
So the Formula Vs there are about 41 or 42 horsepower. The car in the front, the black car, has maybe close to 200, but not a lot of grip.
So the 57 of Barry Bales is the Thompson Special. That's the red one we're looking at right there on screen. He's waving the Vs through, so that's fantastic, and a good bit of gentlemanly acknowledgement from both Formula V drivers. The 71 just languishing back in the background there, so we'll probably lose touch a little bit. But these two closed cars, looking at the side of the 47 of Russell Budge, the Zefska Oskar you touched on before, Greg, but he's starting to slowly fall into the clutches of the Formula V. See, Formula Vs, if they've been driven well, they will probably and could probably just hold third gear all the way around Winton and just flow the car nicely.
And foot flat to the floor, and it's all about the balance of the Formula Vs, and the young lads are competitive, and their balance and their reaction times are a lot better than some of the elder gentlemen.
So that's what we're seeing here. Getting along with it. Have a look at this. This is magnificent stuff. Rear engine. The 126 of Peter Fagan, Cooper Mark 6 out of 1952. And
there he is holding off the monoskate of Graham Raper, and it's a David and Goliath. He's got tiny little wheels. They're only 2.5 inches wide on the front. Graham's got wheels that are maybe 5 inches wide on the front. And here's another shot of Connor Ryan, somewhere in there, maybe third at the moment.
In fact, second. Fagan's gone back one spot there. So this is being driven very, very well indeed And we've gone to
Here's an interesting car we'll get in before the end. Max Pegram in the Gemini, which was from Checkered Flag Motors in the UK, and it's a beautiful little Formula Junior, and it has a lot of revs on board with Max's big right foot.
Great to get these shots of these cars, isn't it, for prosperity? And you say Gemini. Some people out there might think of the Holden /Isuzu variant of it, but this was well and truly around before that, the Ford Mark II.
About 1959, so still with drum brakes, but it weighs considerably less than most of the other cars. Every component either aluminium or magnesium on that car.
So we have a winner, and that has gone to Noel Bryant. Started out of pole position in the number 63, Connor Ryan home in the number 77, and a spinner coming around on that last part of that lap. And there's our race winner. There it is, the 47.
Is Gavin Budge in the Zef's car.
Parked up. Gee, you could be forgiven to having a bit of a Cobra feel looking at the front of that car, couldn't you?
A6 GCS Maserati was what they were copied off.
Okay. Well, thank you, Greg, for straightening me out on that. Nothing like an AC Cobra. Maybe just the guards or something. Maybe the radiator inlet caught my eye in that respect.
And the two green cars in this event are both copies of Lotus 11s, and both of them are very close to Lotus 11. One's got a grey Holden engine in it, and the other has a Peugeot 403.
Well, thank you very much, Greg. That will see the JK, LB&M Sports and Racing cars done. We'll thank you very much for your input there. We'll see you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for the next time these guys are on track. I hope you guys are enjoying the 2024 Winton Festival of Speed.
Thanks very much. It's been a pleasure to describe some of our ancient pilots and ancient machines.
Great to have you on board. Thank you very much, Greg. We're going to take a break because we have got the big bangers of Australian motorsport warming themselves up.
I was 16 when I first saw her. Loved her utterly. She was so sweet, so perfect. Still is. She's got a whopping great two-stroke engine under that gorgeous aerodynamic body. Insurance? Well, Shannon's, of course.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. That's why we offer special limited usage rates and even club plate cover. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
I've been wandering around the pits just loving every moment of this. There's so much history here and everything looks like it's been just brought out of a showroom. And speaking of just being brought out of a showroom, we're here with Bruce and Tracy Coombe with their immaculate Ford Sprint. Guys, thanks for joining us here on Let's Talk Motorsport, but that car you've got there just looks like it's been straight out of the showroom.
Oh, well, thanks. That'd be me that does all that because Tracy doesn't know what a chamois looks like. But No, we try and keep it clean. We try and present it. We've been doing this for a while, and we take a lot of pride in our car and what we do.
Well, Tracy, you've got the driver's outfit on. It looks like you like getting out there for a bit of a steer too.
Definitely, it's good.
And how long you been doing it for?
25 years now.
97.
Yeah, 97 I started. So yeah, 25.
What were you? What did you start with?
Mazda RX-3. And then went to Mazda RX-7s, and then what do we have after that?
Sports sedans.
Oh yeah, sports sedans, all different classes, improved production, sports sedans, and now into historic racing in the Sprint.
So Bruce, do you get out and have a steer as well?
Well, she usually gets me to go first, and I'm supposed to come back and say, this car is perfect, all ready for you, honey, off you go. That's her deal, and then you can't get her out of it, so you got to get into it first, otherwise, she push you out the door.
Pretty competitive, are you?
Yeah.
Like a bit of biff and barge, but then again, you can't do too much biff and barge with these amount of money involved in these.
No, not in this category, but yeah, a little testosterone goes a long way in this category.
So tell us a bit about the car that you've had.
Right, well, we've actually just put a new motor in it. It's 310 cube Windsor. It's got a dart block and AFR heads, roller cam. We ran it to 7,800 on the dyno and it made 580 horsepower. It's got a Jericho Tex 101 dog box. and a true track 9-inch rear end. So it's built pretty tough, and we don't want to be at it. We just want to run that car and service it, and keep it.
And have fun in it.
Still pretty reliable with all that horsepower?
Definitely, except for I'm a bit rough on gearboxes, so.
Well, at least you admit it. There's not many drivers that do.
Well, it's quite challenging. I've never used one of these boxes before, and I'm always used to, the double declutching or getting it right, and it's really easy. But this one requires a bit of force, and of course it's on the opposite side because it's a left-hand drive. So you have to really think of what you're doing and really match your revs to get that in so it doesn't crunch.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, and all the best for the weekend with your immaculate Ford Sprint.
Thanks very much for letting the world know that we exist.
Thank you.
And as we said, it's always good to see women in motorsport. Now, back to you, Darren. And I think there's another little bit of an attraction to keep an eye on out on track at this Winton Festival of Speed.
Welcome back, and this is going to be a terrific session, seeing the cars coming out on track. This is the Historic Sports Sedans and Invited Sprint, their first session for the day. I'm Darren Smith, and a very, very passionate historic sports sedan guy, in fact a very passionate motorsport guy all around. Mark Sully has joined me in the commentary booth, and just before you open your mouth, Mark, because I reckon we're not going to get a word in for the next 15 minutes, there's the little A30. Have a look at Eno's. Ian Baird in the number 41. Watch that little car. It is an absolute weapon. It'll probably show some Tiranas and some other cars a clean set of heels. But Mark, I'll introduce you now. Take a big deep breath, mate, because here we go. This is awesome, isn't it? These cars, we're going to have the National Series at Sandown in a few weeks' time. And this particular car we're looking at here could run well and truly easily in that field. And it's, here it is running as a historic car, locally built. And we've got two of them, the Peter Fowler cars, here this weekend.
Yeah, both. The Volkswagen is a replica, or actually a recreation, with Peter Fowler driving it, and Simon Fisher driving the Mercedes, which is now a normally aspirated 3.6 litre Chev.
It's had some iterations, hasn't it? Twin turbocharged power plant there for a while, the Merc, and different iterations, different drivers over the years. John Bow,
Brad
Jones. We've also had Miles as well. Brian Thompson, of course, Tomo, the original owner, and he emblazoned Shepparton across the car as well. So local guys that took on the Australian scene. And one thing about these cars, for anyone watching on the live stream anywhere around the world, don't try and look them up in your local area, because this is a bespoke Australian formula, and that's how we like it.
Yeah, this car, Mercedes, was also spent some time in New Zealand, where it got restored, and then Simon done a deal and brought it back to Australia, and here it is here.
So plenty of cars on screen, of which when we look down the owners list, Simon Fitzner, who is in the Merc, owns a couple of these ones, and this is the old Charlie Milner Tirana as well.
Charlie Milner Tirana's car went under a very big restoration process, which took a few years, and it's still being developed to try and get it very reliable. But otherwise it's fairly quick, and it's Max Carter's second outing in the car.
So warm-up lap or sighting lap now finished, and Simon Fitzner blasts away in the Merc, comes up the top of the hill and shows a clean set of heels. We're into it now. This is a super sprint format, so we're not actually racing for positions on the track to the checkered flag. What we're racing against is the clock. There is passing allowed. You probably get frowned on if you rub down the side of someone out breaking them with a dive bomb, Mark.
Yeah, dive bomb, we have an unwritten rule in the category that it's really not very well accepted. You can try it, but yeah, it's just not very well accepted.
Here's the car we're talking about, and I guess you'd have to say, with its heritage local to the track here at Winton, is obviously the hero car. If we were at Malala, this would be the hero car over there, the Clem Smith Charger, which ran brilliantly in national sports sedans for some time as well. Was always the drive-out car, the lead-out car, and years later when Clem owned the track at Malala, he would lead out the national sports sedans when the greats of Tony Ricciardello and Darren Hossack and Kerry Bailey would follow that car around, and then they would battle it out for the Clem Smith Cup, which I guess has been gazumped now by the 50k plate at Phillip Island at the end of the year as the most prestigious award. But this series, Mark, it runs a very, very famous trophy for the racer at the end of the year that's amassed the points to take it out.
Yeah, it's the John McCormack Australian Historic Sports Sedan Series. John had some fast, reliable cars, being the Charger and a Jaguar at one stage. So it got named after him, and no one wants to change it. We're going to keep it that way.
Yeah, well, rightfully so. The guy was an absolute legend of open wheelers and sports sedans. Give us a bit of a description. There's some very interesting cars, be it true banger sports sedans or invited cars in this weekend.
The invited car that's coming down the straight now, which is just out of shop, is a NASCAR tribute of a 57 Chev, which has been rebuilt over the past few years, and it's also had some local help from a few guys in Shepparton. So yeah, that's quite an interesting car, and if anyone's walking around the paddock area, go and look at it. The engineering work is sensational. It is really very well engineered. But look on the outside looks good, the inside is better again. The next tribute car was the Bruce Coombe Falcon Sprint. That's also based on an American track car, and that's another good work of art.
Bruce and Tracy, famous for many different categories. They had that aqua green Commodore in club cars for many years that challenged right to the front in the Nationals there as well. An RX-7, I think they ran in...
RX-7 and ISMA American RX-7, which is
IMSA RX-7, wasn't it? Yeah.
IMSA, yeah, which is in Queensland.
Yep.
So that's still in the country, and that's still a very quick car. The way Bruce drives these cars, I feel very sorry for the rear tyres.
Well, he obviously hasn't changed his style from the 90s when he ran in club cars. There's that NASCAR we're talking about, front and centre, right there, coming onto the straight now. So there's the VW. And here comes Ian Baird, for those playing at home. President of the Victorian Sports Sedan Association for a number of years. Helped Barry Bray build the Gazelle and the Stanza. And this A30 is Barry Bray's very, very first race car that he built. And between Ian Baird, Barry and Simon Fitzner, they brought it back to life.
On screen at the moment, it's the ex-champion Museum Brock Tribute HDT Beast Tirana, driven by Warren Colley. Warren's about the 5th outing that he's had this car, and he's just getting better and better and faster. And this car is it's built almost to the exact HDT Beast all those years, or 70s, all those years ago.
It's one that looks fairly similar, Mark, the ex-Dave Hunter one. I wonder where that is this weekend.
That's sitting in the paddock on display.
On display, is it?
Yeah, that's still... I'm just waiting on some engine parts for that one.
When will we see that back out on track, Mark Sully?
Hopefully next year.
There we go. Well, I'm saying that because Mark should be driving the ex-Dave Hunter Tirana.
If I had the engine parts I wanted, I would be out there today.
Great shot of the back of these sports sedans. Big arches, big guards, and that's what it's all about. There's a Ford Anglia, which for many, many years was the weapon of choice in various forms of Australian motorsport. In fact, Bob Gill started off in one of these cars, and in a weekend's time, the Bob Gill Memorial Butcher's Picnic, which I think is quite fitting for Bob Gill, will be held at Phillip Island.
This one's driven by Bevan Edmonds, a ex-Tasmanian that was famous for HQ racing. It has the 13B turbo rotary, and it's reportedly to be the first car sponsored by Supercheap. First race car sponsored by Supercheap. So, and it's quick too. I've been behind it many times.
You're watching Simon Fitzner. He's gone very, very wide, coming onto the back straight there. Bow Jones written down the side of that car. John Bow, Brad Jones, and
Brian Thompson.
Brian Thompson, not Graham Thompson. Brian Thompson. And there's the Peter Fowler at the wheel of the number 17 fastback car. This ran some McLaren uprights.
It is built to the original drawings that Peter still has.
amazing, isn't it?
So Simon put the idea to Peter, would you like to build a car for me? They had a little chat, and here's the end result.
Not that one.
That particular car.
No, I mean, sorry, not the one on screen there, that 57. That's the one we started talking about at the start of this session.
It's Charlie's Milner's HB Tirana again. That's had an extensive rebuild.
Who's driving the
Max Carter? That's his second outing in the car. Max normally drives the Mick Monterosso Anglia.
Yep.
And now he stepped up to the HB Tirana. His first outing was at Malala this year, and he was very surprised how quick it was compared to a 1600 Ford four-cylinder.
Yep, absolutely. It's had an extensive restoration.
Here's another one of our invited things. Who's in this one?
This is Bradley Robertson in the 3.3 litre. So GTR XU1 specification here. And just getting some extra laps, he would suggest, being a Group N car.
This little Mini is the ex-Ray Malloy Mini driven by Stephen Brook. In the wet around here, this thing is very quick.
Gee, I tell you what, the Super Mini series entertained for so many years. All those up-tuned cars and all of the sports sedans that were they formed, and the Super Bricks, or the Super Minis as they were called, had so many cars in their fields. Obviously lots of Minis around, and they all grew these big bulges on the front bonnet to hide carburation in behind them and all sorts of things. But this is a beautiful looking restored car.
Here's a Chev. This car is just beautifully presented. Lee Ball in the other little Mini, who was the quickest out of the Minis in qualifying.
So what is the theory behind the original bespoke sports sedan and the replicas that are being built? Is there a rule about the theory behind it? Are they allowed to be modernised, if you like? Or?
The cut-off point for historic sports sedans is December 1985, so every car has to be logbook prior to that date. Anything after that date is run as invited, which is like Peter's Volkswagen on screen. And yeah, they've just got to be period eligible. But yeah, we had at one stage we had an EH running around with a Lexus V8 turbo. It was very quick. Car was period correct, however the drivetrain wasn't, so he was invited. Like that, Nick's 57 Chevy's invited category, so that does not have a logbook prior to December 85.
And is that how a NASCAR would have been presented in that era?
I would think so. I'm not up to date with NASCARs back in that era.
These cars here are all clearly Australian-run cars when you throw HDT on the side, and these Minis were absolutely massive, and that got a bit ugly there. Under brakes the 39.
Lee Ball.
By Lee Ball there, the Cooper S Mark II, the 67 car. Got very ugly there indeed under brakes. Almost went into the side of the fellow competitor. And as we discussed, this is a super sprint. I guess we need to now start to interrogate the timesheets, Mark. Simon Fitzner at 1:32.76, the fastest out there. Jason Morris in the Charger, 1:32.
1:33.23. Max Carter and Charlie Milner's HB Tirana, 1:33.1. Brett Robertson, you think he's in a little Tirana, 1:40.0.
Yeah, that's the Group N Tirana we were talking about. Bruce Coombe in the 64 Ford Falcon Sprint,
1:40.3.
It's a pretty handy lap.
Nick Crecchetti in the 57 Chev, 1:42.2, which is not slow for what the car is. Lee Ball in the Mini, the fastest of the Minis, 1:42.9. Bevan Edmonds in the Turbo Super Cheap Anglia, 1:42.8. James Brock, I think he's in a Tirana, 1:49.0. Warren Colley in the HDT Tirana, 1:49.0. Rod Wood in the mid-mount FJ Holden. Just lost his time for a minute.
Just lost his spot too. Ian Bed jumped up 2. Ryan Wood, and he's just jumped up back one now, and
144.1.
Ian Baird as well. There's Ian Baird on screen. We touched on that as they first walked out, or first drove out onto track there.
Kim de Britton in the ex-La Camera Mexico Rally FJ, doing a 145.1, and this car was built for a road tarmac rally.
Just touching on Rodney Woods, who we're seeing, where's Rodney? He's disappeared now. Back down outside the 20. No, sorry, there he is. 12th. Now that Rodney's the reigning McCormick champion, isn't he?
He's the last 2 years a McCormick champion. He ran every round and got the maximum points.
So it's there's a fair bit of consistency involved in doing that, which I guess if there's one thing sports sedans have had a question mark over many years is consistency and reliability. They are absolutely strung out beyond the realms as Ian Baird just gets out of the way of Fitzner going through and Jason Maris. So Ian Baird currently 13th fastest in behind Rodney Wood.
Dave Bailey in the X is 14th in the X. Tim. Sorry, I lost it.
That's all right. And again, there's Ian Baird, and we just touched on that little yellow car was the first of Barry Bray's sports sedans. He, of course, had the two-door Stanza, which was run by numerous people after Barry Bray raced it, and the little A30, which just screamed across our screens now, driven by Ian Baird. Restored that. Simon Fitzner and Ian and Co. did that, as we see the 08 of Tony Ross, the FJ, with the Perspex winged end plates on that car. It's being towed back. Checkered flag has been displayed, and it'll be Simon Fitzner fastest with the 132.7. Jason Maris a 132.8. Carter a 132.9. So a bit of a logjam in those top three there, Mark. That's some pretty close times.
That's pretty quick. That is fairly quick. And they're pretty close too. I was going to say the green Capri, that's Derek Van Zelm's original Capri that he built for sports sedans back in the early 80s.
Boy, he certainly showed him the way in a Capri there. The Marshall Batteries car springs to mind, and Derek Van Zelm, Motorsport Engineering Services guru of all things engineering, particularly a fan of V8s and Chevys. Likes to besmirch anything turbocharged and rotary, but Derek does a tremendous job. Mark, thank you very much for joining us up here on all things sports sedan. Great to have you here, and we'll have you here for a couple more sessions tomorrow, which will be for sports sedans at 11:15 and then again at 2:35. Great to have you back then.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks, Mark. Cars heading back into the pit and paddock area, and we will have further racing coming back on track. Two more races to go today, the Alpha Racing and HQ Racing. A big thanks to Wonderland RV, Equi One, Shannon's, Cool Drive and Grace. Back in a moment.
Okay, cars now about to get underway for the Alfa Romeo Racing Series Race 1. And this is the Winton Festival of Speed, of course. And away they go, very nicely off the line. Now, Robert will probably know a lot of the cars better than I, but certainly one of the Alfa 105 Series, or Alfa, just in front there. Oh, we've got a spinner there. That's
David Capraro.
You know the number card?
That was David Capraro.
Yep. Okay, that was a bit of bad luck. Round turn 3 they go for this particular lap. Cars sorting themselves out. Some more modern Alphas there, a couple of the old 105 series, and they go out of our sight just for the moment. We'll try and pick them up. Baguetto, of course, was on pole. Capararo was second, and Aaron's was third off the grid. Here they come down up the top end of the circuit, the old tank corner as we used to call it. Cars sorting themselves out. Very nice handling, the Alfa Romeo car with the little Alfettas out the front. Very pretty car. Can be had as a 2-litre 4-cylinder or a V6 engine.
2.5 litre V6.
Very pretty little motor car, very well balanced. As I remember, they were about a sort of 50-50 sort of balance on the...
That's right. It's that's due to the transaxle. So it runs a gearbox and diff in the rear to keep the weight balanced. There's a good mix of cars there. There's 50 years between the oldest car and the newest car in that group. There's also 4 classes, so it's all about class racing with this group. So Beghetto out the front, followed by Mick Aarons and Simon Grierson.
Well, Beghetto's certainly got the legs, hasn't he, on the other ones. He's a couple of seconds in front of Aarons and Grierson as they go down into turn 4. Car 28, Beghetto, beautifully presented motor car. It looks nice, shiny chrome type wheels and looking very, very nice on the track. A few little Alpha Suds coming through. I remember many years ago we used to have the Alpha Sud series. That was a bit of a crash and bash sort of a series, but many a driver got his start in racing a little Alpha Sud.
Yeah, a lot of tight racing there. There's a Group S car.
So we've got Aarons catching up a little bit here. Aarons in the white car.
He seems to be all over his back there. It's good.
So nice to see the 3 outfitters pretty much together. They head up that short straight before the right-hander at the top of the circuit. They go out of our sight if we're looking out from the commentary box, but we'll watch it on TV as they head down onto the main straight now. And Beghetto still doing it all right with Aarons, then Grierson next. They head off down into the boondocks here. It's the light's starting to fail a little bit here at Winton because it's getting on to be a little bit darker. A lot of rubbish on the circuit there too that's been brought onto the track by other cars. And 51 with the Alpha repairs signs on it, doing very nice. And now Aarons has actually done the quickest lap at 136.4. And to Beghetto is a 136.6, so he's really chasing Beghetto for that first place. A couple of variants of Alphas here. Robert, tell us about the first one, the sedan.
Okay, that first one's driven by Rob Panetta. It's a 75, Alfa Romeo 75. It has a 2 litre twin spark engine and also runs a transaxle. And the second one's a 156, and it's a twin spark, so it's part of the Twin Spark Cup group. They all run control tyres, control suspension, so they're in their own class. They're meant to run equal, so it comes down to driver's ability there to see who's the strongest driver. And the other one was a 105, so that'd be a Group S car.
105 is a very, very popular car, isn't it now? And gee whiz, a while ago you could buy one quite cheaply, but don't go and try and buy one cheaply today.
Not now. You're frightened to even put one on the track now. Even these 116 Alphettas, they're starting to get rare to get and costly.
Okay.
So David
was it Masupia, this chap here?
David Capraro. David Capraro.
A bit of gardening. And Robert, does this series run at other events as well that run around Victoria?
We come down to Victoria maybe twice a year at the Festival of Speed, and there may be another event, I think, at the end of this year that we've been invited to come to. But normally we'll run at Sydney Motorsport Park or what was Wakefield Park. We're just waiting for that to reopen. We should
Right, okay.
Should have some more events there. It's opening up in October, I think. So I'm looking forward to getting back on that track.
Because Alpha are actually quite dominant in running like the 6-hour races and those sort of events. They're sort of running those sort of events. They were very, very heavy in that
They
type
do
of
a
event.
12-hour, which I think is in a few weeks here at Winton.
Well, yeah, 12 hours. So.
Yeah, so a lot of the Twin Spark Cup guys will be in that.
Yeah, okay. Well, still Baguetto, our leader, of the 135.7, then Aaron's back to the 136, then Grierson with the 137, so pretty equal. They've done a few laps now. We're actually going by race time today, not so much by laps. So a bit of passing going on there, as you say, the sedan model getting past the 105 series. 105 looks like one of the earlier 1600 GTs with the single headlights.
Yeah, the Sprint. Yeah. But Mark Baguetto has that car well sorted. It's taken him quite a few years to get it to this stage, so congratulations to him to be sitting at the front of the field.
Because Alfa Romeo here in Victoria was certainly brought to the fore by the company I work for, which was MW Motors. We're in Elizabeth Street in the city. We were the main concessionaires for Victoria and Tasmania. And even our local dealer here was Brian Thompson, of course, in Shepparton. He was very keen on Alfa Romeos and raced a few Alfas himself. So Brian always used to like our cars because we would actually deliver them to them on the road up from Melbourne to Shepparton. And he said they always seem to go a bit better than some of the other cars that he got delivered by truck.
You've run them in.
We gave them a nice run in on the way up, yes. My good friend John Emery was my sales manager, and he said, just follow me, and I did follow him. But that were the good days. Speed limit was not as rigid as it is today. Now 28 has pulled in for some reason. It's Baguetto. Some sort of issue, unfortunately. That gives the lead then to Aaron's if they haven't changed places somewhere else. Seems to be no smoke or anything coming out of the car or anything to that nature, so let's just an unfortunate. We might have just done what they call the commentator's curse, and talk about the leader and he'll break down. Okay, he just wants a flat toe, I think he's saying, so we'll see what happens as they keep circulating around. He still has the best lap into the 135.7. But unfortunately, he's not going to go across the line to win the race, so they're pushing him out of the way. So we'll look for our leader now, and that'll be Aaron's that I can see on the board. They haven't come across the start-finish line yet to change the timing. Some of the little hatchback Alphas, Robert, what model are they?
They're a 147 Twin Spark, also part of the Twin Spark Cup. They're really tight racing between the guys. They're always like mid-pack, but they race amongst themselves, and they've got their own, at the end of the race, they've got their own class winner. So it's very, very tight racing with these guys. They don't give each other much room. It's exciting to watch.
That's good. No, it's a good variety of the Alphas running. I had the pleasure of actually going to the Alfa Romeo factory many, many years ago, seeing the cars getting made and getting shipped out the door. It's quite interesting. Now, car 98 running around there. He's enjoying his Sunday afternoon drive.
It's Ashby.
That's James Ashby. Here's 777 doing quite well. This is Grierson, who's now in second place. That looks to be a V6. Is that a V6 model?
That one there is a V6 3.2 litre quad cam engine. that Simon has in that car. And
Sounds beautiful, really lovely sound.
A few variations, like they're not all the factory engines that come out of them. So Mick Aaron's also in the Alfetta. He has a 3 litre 12 valve engine. There's Mark Bagatto that's pulled off. It's actually a 4-cylinder 2 litre turbocharged engine. And also with Alfio Musumeci, he runs a 2 litre 4-cylinder turbocharged engine.
So Robert, that's the checkered flag to Aaron's, who inherited that, of course, with Bagetto failing a couple of laps out before the finish. So Aaron's, Greason, Musumeci, Mirabella,
Carl Mirabella, and David Capraro, the top 5.
If you drive an Alfa, you've got to have an unusual name. Is that how it goes? Anyway, that was a good win to Aaron's. He wouldn't mind picking that up at all. We watch the rest of the field now, just making their way through. Car 29 is Catchlove. Now, I've heard the name Catchlove around motorsport for a little while. He's enjoying his run. Oh, up on 2 wheels with car 57, I think that is. He was saving on a bit of tyre wear. 67, sorry. Bruce Field that was saving the tyre wear. So a good run there, and thanks to Equity One for bringing us the Winton Festival of Speed 2024. That was the Alfa Romeo race number 1 for the weekend. They will be back again tomorrow, a little bit later on in the program, probably somewhere similar to where we are today. So the Alfa racing will be on again at 11:30, Robert. So if you want to make your way up here again, you can hop on board again.
I'll be happy to.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thanks to Rapid Smash Repairs and EW Spares and Machinery. Thank you for coming on board as sponsors for the event.
Thank you.
I knew she was the one. The heart's going a million miles an hour, the mouth's dry. It's love, mate. Pure and simple. In 71, this was the fastest 4-door car in the world. Back then you could pick one up for a bit over $4,000. Insurance, it's got to be Shannon's.
No one knows your passion like Shannon's. And with our multi-vehicle discount, you can even cover your daily drive. So call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
I'm down here in the pits with John Mahoney, the president of the HQ Racing Association in Victoria, with his Immaculate Beast. And as we know, HQ Racing is some of the most intense and competitive that was seen over many, many years here in Australia. John, thanks for joining us. And mate, this meeting, this must be one of the highlights for the year for you, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Big event on the calendar for the club and for the competitors. Great people. We love the historic side of things that we get to participate in these days, and good racing, good atmosphere, and yeah, really looking forward to it.
Still as many on the grid now, as they starting to show a bit of attrition because HQs are getting so hard to find?
Look, we're, between us as a club in Victoria and the national body, we're working really hard to try and preserve the category. We're trying to, entice people to come back to the category all the time, and the numbers are solid. We'd always like to have more numbers around, and so the club's doing a lot of things in the way of incentive to try and make sure that it's financially viable for racers to go racing every weekend, and try and anticipate to get some more people back on the grid for the rest of the year.
When you're saying financially viable, this will be one of the cheaper classes because you're pretty well standardised. You've got a really rigid set of rules.
Yeah, absolutely. From what we're running here this weekend, definitely grassroots racing, and definitely a good entry level to motorsport, and certainly compared to some of the other categories here running this weekend, certainly very cost effective. But we also need to make sure that we keep it that way, so we keep people coming back.
So tell us a bit about what you can and what you can't do to a HQ.
Yeah, so pretty much out of the box, it's a standard 1972 HQ Holden, 202 engine, standard block, crank, rods, head, all that sort of stuff. We can fiddle around with things like exhaust and all the rest of it, but there's probably a list of stuff that's longer about what we can't do than what we can. And the reason we do that is so that we can keep it competitive, and that's why you see the close racing that we see out on track.
And reliability as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like the cars are pretty reliable when it comes to the mechanical side of things compared to other cars, absolutely. And that's what allows us to keep going racing and have good fields on the track all the time.
There's plenty of respect shown these days, because I remember in the early days of HQ racing it was a bit of biff and barge.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the category was well known for its carnage as in the early days. Probably when we had a lot more cars on track and they were a bit more plentiful as parts wise. We've done a lot of work as a committee over the last few years to clean our act up. Mainly because of the age of the car, trying to get parts and panels, and also allowing us to have clean racing gives us an opportunity to be on the card with other events. So a lot of work's gone in to do that and driving standards side of things, and I think we're seeing the signs of it now. This car's run for the last 18 months and there's not a mark on it.
Well, hopefully it stays that way for the weekend as well. So this weekend, how many races have you got to get out there and have some fun?
Yeah, so qualifying tomorrow morning and then 3 races, 1 on Saturday Arvo and 2 on Sunday.
All right, mate, all the best for the weekend, and hopefully see you at the front of the field.
No worries, thank you very much. Thanks for coming down.
No worries. And back to you guys up the top, and this race in the HQ is going to be sensational.
The venerable HQ's out on track. They're going to bring home day 1 of the Winton Festival of Speed, brought to you by Equity One, Wonderland RV, Shannon's Insurance, Cool Drive, and Grays.com. Darren Smith and Phil Memory in the booth. We're going to see it out. The sun setting in the distance. And as Braxy said, the octane in the air. It will settle overnight, and then we will absolutely set fire to it tomorrow morning as we get day 2 of the Winton Festival of Speed 2024 underway for the Sunday morning, starting with regularity for the main event there, then the regularity tribute cars, then we'll have the first race for the day of Group C, and under 2 litre Group A features there as well. HQ's on track. And these cars have done nothing but delight us down through the decades, whether it be on the Thunderdome or flat tracks. And if you're watching our fantastic live stream on the VHRR website or via V8 Sleuth, then a very big welcome. You won't have seen HQs before unless you've tuned into, I don't know, maybe the Victorian State Series or the New South Wales State Series or something out of Tasmania, because that's where this racing started down there in Tasmania. And I'm sure at historic Baskerville in the not too distant future, which are presenting this race for us, historic Baskerville. So we probably should touch on that, Phil. But Tyre Power bringing us this race also, as they do right throughout the HQ series here in Victoria. Let's have a look at the grid. Ryan Woods, who is leading the Victorian Championship at the moment, qualified with a 146.38. Rod Rogers with the bright yellow wheels right next to him. Car number 33, a 146.71. So that's a very good margin, 0.4 of a second in a one-make heavily controlled category.
Yeah, that's big.
And 146.95 to Andrew McLeod in the car number 10. On position number 4, Steve Banks doing a tremendous job there in the 76. Perry Beckers, the 147.49 out of position 5. 6 be Ray Jardine, the guy that was the president for a couple of years in the not too distant past. John Mahoney to Glenn McDonald in the red Ready Roasts outfit. That's probably one of Australia's longest lasting sponsorship deals. Graham Crawford, Tracy Molden and Rebecca Verhoeven rounding out our field. We are set for a start, and the time certain clock has started. We've got about 12 minutes of racing to get underway. Revs rise, clutch drops. Everybody races down the southeastern to get home from work on a Friday night.
Yeah, big
in 1973.
Sixes, big straight sixes, 3-speed gearbox. How good are they, really? It's big dice into turn 1. Oh, they are side by side.
Rod Rogers just tries to muscle his way through there on Ryan Woods. Ryan Woods holds clear. Up to the right-hander, it will be the bright red car from Knox Panel Service, side by side from the start line. They're going to remain that way. This corner, you never used to be able to do that. They've realigned it. Now, how good is that improvement? Side by side is going to be the push right out wide for Rod Rogers here, and weighing in on it is McLeod there as well. But it will be the young fella Ryan Woods holds out on Rogers up to the tank.
Yeah, he was able to just hold that in a line and took it away. The Rogers just wasn't able to keep it on the outside there. Going to be fighting back as they come around the gum tree. head it down into this really, really tight right-hander. Big jump on the brakes there from Woods as they pull it around to the right. All line astern at the moment. We might see some slipstreaming going on here, do you think, Darren?
I certainly think we might, and he might even be lucky to see a bit of bump drafting. You're not allowed to do it, but the HQs will have a crack at it anyway. Car 1, you get that on the side of your car because you're a champion, and Ryan Woods, that's exactly what he is. Not casting any aspersions on his personality or anything, but he races, and he races hard out in front. Rod Rogers, he likes to be in front too, so this is going to be a ripper, and I would suggest that Rod is just getting a little bit sick of the twin headlight front being shown the way by the Belmont when you're in the Premier.
Yeah, well, it's all about prestige, really, isn't it? And who wants the race to be second? It's all about trying to get that first spot at the end of the time period. As they come down into turn 1, Woods again in the lead, all line astern. But Rogers will be trying to claw it back. He'll be looking for maybe an inside line down into turn 3. No, nowhere near close enough. Pulls it down, going to try and work on as smooth as he can. Keep the right foot into it and try and keep up to Woods. But by gee, Woods just seems to be pulling a bit of a gap.
Recently had Skippy Parsons, who raced with HDT, Brock and the likes over those the journey there. He's found his way into HQ Racing and has done a terrific job. You want to hear Skippy's story? He had a chat to us on the Grassroots Racing podcast. You can find that on Speed Cafe. He loves HQ Racing. In fact, he'll be watching this from Tasmania. Big shout out to Skippy. David Amor, not here this weekend as well. He's normally the voice of HQ Racing. I'll
Absolutely.
have you know, ladies and gentlemen, is what he would say.
Yeah.
I'll have you know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your faces up to the edge of the fence now. We're on lap number 2. Ryan Woods now is doing it quite nicely. In fact, officially it's 0.4 of a second out there, but it's not. Well, I don't reckon it's gone out much more than that.
No, I don't think so. There's going to be a bit of moving backwards and forwards throughout the group, I think, as they work hard to head around this track. Got to be working really hard in the old HQs. Some of the corners you might go back to second gear, others times you'll stay in third. Depends on how you're driving the race. But they're heading down into one of those corners right now. Sometimes they'll go back to second, sometimes they'll take it in third. Depends on what game you're playing.
Amazingly, these same setups will run at Mount Panorama, so they'll come out of Forest Elbow and hold it flat all the way down to the brake mark down there, and they'll do the same here at Winton. Control tyre, the Kenda tyre. In fact, they're a beautifully presented tyre. They've got in red and white writing on the sidewall of the tyre. HQ Racing and Kenda, they've been great support and tyre power. We see emblazoned across the live stream. They have been on board with the HQs for, I reckon, the better part of a decade now as well. So, great racing, attracting great big-name sponsors, and they represent the brand very, very well indeed. Nothing short of lurching through the sweeper here in car number 10 there. That's Andrew McLeod, a previous champion of the category, and we know there's plenty of them. Kevin Stoopman, a legend in this type of category as well.
Yeah, knew Kevin, and what a great racer he was. One of the chaps running in a Formula V today, Callum Ross, has spent quite a bit of time in HQs in the past, running in the HQ4 on several occasions. So he's a bit familiar with the ins and outs of HQs.
Yeah, the Ken Lee Memorial up this neck of the woods is huge, isn't it? Every year, the 4-hour.
Yep, big event. And they have to have it over 2 2-hour sessions because the fuel tank doesn't last 4 hours.
I thought it was because the pilots got tired.
Well, I think
it's probably a bit of that too.
Brakes get worn out as well. It's fairly tough race on them, but back on track at the moment. Woods still in the lead with 0.7 of a lead. 146 the last time around. Well, no, not the last time. He's 146.3. He did a 146.28 on the lap previous to that.
Steve Banks wants to be careful. The 89 of Perry Becker's just in the back of shop there. You might have fluoro orange wheels there. He looks like he's got him. In fact, no, I'm just getting a bit confused there. No, it's the 76 there of Banks, and Perry Becker's is in behind. Ray Jardine tireless worker on the success of this category as well. Ray represents them very, very well around the place. And there's the AW Automatics. That'll be the Crawford car of Graham Crawford and sometimes Andrew Williams, who we saw run very, very strong here at the Festival of Speed. We're about to have the Festival of Feed when we go out for dinner tonight, Phil. I am ready for a feed.
You're thinking ahead, man.
I'm ready for a Festival of Feed. Big day at the racetrack, and we're going to back it up tomorrow, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an even huger day tomorrow because we've got everybody out there twice.
Exactly, as we're just watching Rod Rogers slide the HQ around and line it up to head down to turn 10, out of turn 9 and turn 10. What was the back straight on the short track? I did all my racing here on the short track, so that carbon dates me. Absolutely shows me not the young racer I was back then, but Graham Crawford right in now behind Perry Beckers, or is it the other way around? The 76 there of Steve Banks with Perry Beckers in behind. Ray Jardine is next down the road. McDonald, then back to John Mahoney, Graham Crawford, Tracy Molden, and doesn't look like Beck Verhaven has taken part in this one. Obviously didn't come out onto the grid, but features there on the timing sheet.
Hopefully out there tomorrow as we see this dice between Woods and Rogers again as they come through turn 2 up onto the old start-finish straight, head up over the lump there and down into turn 3. There we go.
Harking back 12 months ago, this race at the Winton Festival of Speed of 2023, race 1 for the HQs, it was Andrew Magelton that took the win over Ryan Woods, who's leading the race now. Gavin Ross, famous HQ and saloon car racer out of Box Hill. Then it was Johnny Wise, Andrew McLeod, Ken Wright, and Rod Rogers, who's currently sitting second, was right back there in position number 7. Steve Banks, who's currently sitting in 4th, was in 8th. But plenty going on at the front of this one.
Yeah, and Rogers there, the lot of some sort of smoky type sort of stuff coming out from under the car. Now, that could be a bit of a problem.
Not allowed to advertise smoking in motorsport anymore, Phil.
Oh, no, we're not.
Tyre smoke.
Tyre smoke. And that looks like a spinner smoke.
That's the 81 there going around, and that is John Mahoney.
Having a bit of a moment there as he gets himself gathered up and back out on the track. There's no place to be hanging around out in the dirt. You've got to be out on the track as Woods and Rogers down into the, now into the final corner of this track for 3 minutes remaining. Certainly a little bit of something blue coming out of Rogers' car.
Yeah, we don't see that very often these days. They're an old 202, and that looks to be at full load. Like, that is wide open, then going for the brakes there.
It's on that back off.
Not what you want to see.
Just sliding the car sideways into the corner, if you don't mind. I guess if the brakes aren't working too well, throw it sideways and hope it washes off a bit of speed. Certainly going quick further back in the field as the guys come through. Car 89 works his way down. So that's Beckers and Banks as they head through turn 4 and on their way up to the sweeper. Bit of a gap between them. Going to have to try and work out how to gather that back in. That's a big gap. There's not close enough to be able to try and get any air drag draft or lack of draft. You've got to hope that the bloke in front of you makes a bit of a blue, or that you find something magical and just go, oh, why wasn't I doing that before? Around the big gum tree they go. Down onto the tight right-hander to come out onto the old back straight. Up off the boon. You can ride that boon and get a good run onto the back straight. Heading on up there, turning left. Now this corner is more than 90 degrees, so it's an awkward corner, and there's the cambering in the corner isn't such that it gives you any sort of an advantage at all.
So we've got a minute and 6 left on the time certain clock for this, so you'd have to suggest another 2 laps coming your way for the HQs. They have forever remained entertaining. Rogers up the inside, looks to put the prem in place.
Trying for the under and over.
And missed out on it.
Not going to work unless he manages to pull it off down here. Not close enough. That was a good dive.
Oh, that's not good smoke. In fact, that almost, it's not coming out the exhaust pipe there. I reckon that's like a diff or maybe an extension housing seal or something like that that's leaking onto the exhaust.
Yeah, I think it's more some sort of a spillage coming from somewhere that's managing to get onto something hot.
They'll know all about it. You'll get that either gear oil smell or burning. Yeah, look at that. He's starting to crank sideways. I hope he's not getting it onto the tyre. That's the only problem. No, that's not coming out of the exhaust. That's somewhere in the middle of the car.
Yeah, it's out of the middle of the car. So
flames out the exhaust.
Yeah, you got to like that.
What do they say? Red cars and flames, 20% faster. Just red cars, 10% faster.
Before, but I like it.
10% faster for a red car, but red car with flames, 20%. Yeah, which is interesting because Ryan's still managing to hold him back there, and he's got 20% more power than him.
Yeah.
Don't tell the scrutineers.
No, we shouldn't tell them. But as they come onto the extension now, heading down the back straight, Rogers closing in. Is he going to be able to make a bit of a dive down the inside? He's having a look, but not close enough. Woods is able to maintain the distance on break, very close into the penultimate corner. They're going to cross this line.
There it is.
Really close.
Checkered flag. And that was it. 6 laps of glory for the HQs. How does it end? It's Ryan Woods, 0.15 of a second. To Rod Rogers, Andrew McLeod next to the line, a further 8 seconds a line astern, and then to the line there it's Perry Beckers and Beckers gets him at the end there. So Jardine will be next. He's got up one on that last lap over McDonald. Where is Graham Crawford? Just watching for where the AW Automotive car ends up. It's the blue car.
Oh, close.
And to the line now it is McDonald, Crawford and Mahoney. They had 0.17 of a second. So a couple of battle packs playing it out right to the very end there, Phil Membry.
Yeah, it's always good to see those battle packs, as you call them, back through the pack of the race. Sometimes those battle packs will provide more entertainment than what's going on out the front. But certainly Woods and Rogers put it right on there for us. It was a great event out the front. And well done to Woods from Rogers. Woods with a fastest time there of a 1:46.25. Woods with the 1:46.25. Rogers with a 1:46.46. So Woods certainly had the advantage on lap time there. And as they're saying on the bottom of our screen there, join us on Sunday from 8:30 a.m. at the Winton Festival of Speed with live racing all day. I don't know what you do if it's dead racing.
Well, yeah, that's it. We certainly haven't seen any here this afternoon. Phil, thank you very much. A big thanks to you and to all of our fellow commentators, Darren Knight, also Ron Simmons, for joining in the team, the category experts that we've had along the way that have featured in it. We'll have them all back again tomorrow. A very big thank you, and looking forward to seeing how the racing goes tomorrow. As it says, the regularity will start at 8:45 tomorrow. The regularity for tribute cars at 8:50, and the rest of the day will line up like this: under 3 litre Group C and 2 litre over Group A feature, Group N and invited Group S and invited Formula Ford. In the Cool Drive race, the historic touring cars and invited sprint race at 10:05. That's happened in the last bit there as well, and we have got plenty more racing to go. We'll welcome you all back here tomorrow from Central Commentary. That's it, we're done.
Thanks, Darren.